Welcome, everybody. Testing 1, 2, 3. Want to make sure everything is functioning properly. I'm seeing some messages in the chat. Awesome. This is actually my last day streaming until next week at this time because I'm moving as of tomorrow. It doesn't even feel like I'm moving. Like, everything is still put together. There's no packing is taking place or anything like that. We're packing tomorrow, and then we're driving everything there the next day. So, yeah. I'm going to start packing tonight, actually. But I have an 800 square foot place. Pretty small, so I think we'll be all right. Have you heard anything about paper straws exploding? I haven't heard that they've been exploding, but I've heard about the story, yeah. About how Trump... Did he actively ban paper straws? Is that what it was? Like, you don't have the freedom to use paper straws if you choose to. You're actively banned from selling them as a store, to my knowledge. Yeah. The pro-freedom party, right? Anyway, oh man, busy week. Yeah, you don't even know. Not gonna be fun. Welcome, Nerko. But we'll make it. We'll make it. And it's a significantly larger place. It's, I think, 1,300 or 1,400 square feet. Plus a basement. So that doesn't double it, but maybe adds an additional 800 square feet to it. Welcome, Robert Adset. Anyway, okay, well, let's talk about stuff, shall we? 11 minutes ago, Nerikul subbed. I appreciate that. I wasn't on 11 minutes ago. All right, let's see. There were a couple of things I wanted to talk about today, actually. I have them written down. Give me a second here. Hold on. Let me switch screens so that I can... hold on. Just gotta move my things over. New desktop. Oh my God. New desktop. Oh. I'm trying to move my stuff over to another window, like another screen, and I can't because it keeps, like, snapping into place outside of frame. Like, I can't see it because it's outside of, like, my Windows viewport or whatever. That shit's annoying. All right. Let's switch back. Try to close this. Yeah, this move isn't going to be fun. The next couple days going to be a nightmare. Just throwing shit in boxes all day, morning to night. It's going to suck. Hang on. Sensor slurs with blurring. Duck quacks for everything, including serious swears. Mild swears are okay. Awesome. Okay. Just somebody helping me edit. Was asking how I wanted it to be done. Now let's check where my thing is here. Okay, I've got... Oh, this is super interesting. This is Lenin's speech on Soviet power, 1919. I can't hear it. Why can't I hear it? Is it not coming through? Oh. You can't understand it anyway, but it's interesting, trust me. AOC.
Difficult to sit here and listen to arguments in the long history of this country of using scripture and weaponizing and abusing scripture to justify bigotry. White supremacists have done it. Those who justified slavery did it. Those who fought against integration did it. And we're seeing it today. And sometimes, especially in this body, I feel as though if Christ himself walked through these doors and said what he said thousands of years ago, that we should love our neighbor and our enemy, that we should welcome the stranger, fight for the least of us, that it is easier for a rich man, it's easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to get into a kingdom of heaven, he would be maligned.
Actually, it says kingdom of God. There's a nuance there that's kind of important, but okay, yeah, I get the point. She's absolutely correct here. Absolutely correct. He'd be maligned. He'd be hated. He'd be called a dirty hippie, you know? He would not survive it. They would crucify him. Literally. Anyway, the thing that kind of sealed it for me was hearing people talk about the sin of empathy. And I know it seems like, okay, that's just some rando on Twitter, right? That's not, somebody says the sin of empathy. There are people on there that say all kinds of crazy shit. But it got tens of thousands of likes, millions of views, lots of approval, and it has a scriptural basis now. People have fabricated a scriptural basis for it. You can fabricate a scriptural basis for literally anything, because it's a gigantic book written over the course of thousands of years by dozens of authors of varying levels of wealth, success, and prestige. Every position is espoused in the Bible, pretty much. You want a verse about how it's okay to marry children? That's in there. You want a verse how it's not okay to marry children? That's in there too. A verse about how murdering is good and virtuous, certainly if it's against, people that are opposed to God, that's in there. A verse about not murdering, that's in there. Any moral position espoused in the Bible is reversed a chapter later. So it's telling when I hear people espouse hateful, vile nonsense like the LGBT community deserves to be put to death, or gay marriage is wrong, or slavery was a good thing, we should have done more of it. That they use the Bible to justify that, or God makes it rain money on his preachers. God loves his preachers so much he makes them filthy rich. And if you're not rich, then you're not a good preacher. That, people say that. You know what? I didn't intend for this to be a segment, but I might just make it one anyway. Let me pull up this one clip. I played it the other day too. Is this it? Yeah, this is it. It's a supposed prophet of God, Kat Kerr.
It isn't that hard to not sin. I live sin-free. You'd be surprised how many people want to argue about that.
It's because Jesus is the only sin-free person doctrinally, according to Christianity. But again, she's using the Bible to find new justifications and reasonings.
Well, why are you arguing? What's in your soul? Who cares about your wallet? What's in your soul? If you had what's right in your soul, your wallet would be full already, people.
See what I'm saying? They find justifications for everything. And what AOC is saying here, like the whole sin of empathy thing after Bishop Buddy asked Trump for mercy for immigrants, that sin of empathy has a biblical basis for it too, that people fabricated out of nothing. The basis is in Deuteronomy where it says, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Don't have mercy on people, basically. Don't have mercy on people who have wronged you, or something to that effect. And they claim that that is a justification to not feel empathy for anybody ever. No empathy. The point is, people will find a reason to hate others. And using the Bible to back it up is just telling. It tells me what kind of a person you really are.
As a radical and rejected from these doors. And I know, and it is part of my faith, that all people are holy and all people are sacred, unconditionally. And that is what makes faith sometimes, that's what prompts us to transform, because it is unconditional. It's not about that it is up to us to love parts of people. We love all people. There is nothing holy about rejecting medical care of people, no matter who they are, on the grounds of what their identity is. There is nothing holy about turning someone away from a hospital. There's nothing holy about rejecting a child from a family. There's nothing holy about writing discrimination into the law. And I am tired of communities of faith being weaponized and being mischaracterized, because the only time religious freedom is invoked is in the name of bigotry and discrimination. I'm tired of it. It is not.
Yeah, really well said. The problem is that, again, there's a religious justification for literally everything. Literally every single position. So I posit we shouldn't use religion as the basis for our morality, since it can justify everything. We should use logic and reason as the basis for our morality. And my starting point morally is, I want to improve the lives of as many people as humanly possible. So I would rather make decisions. All right. So there's the trolley problem. You got 5 people on one track and one person working on the other. You got somebody at the switch. If they don't pull the switch, 5 people die. The other guy at the other end of the other track survives. If they do pull the switch, that one person dies and the 5 live. Everybody agrees that you should pull the switch to kill the one and save the 5, right? But it gets more complicated when you have 5 patients in a waiting room that... Oh, I'm sorry. Hang on 1 second. Okay. Sorry about that. Anyway, as I was saying. But it gets more complicated when you have 5 patients in a waiting room and one healthy one. 5 are sick. 1 is perfectly fine. You know, one of the 5 needs a new liver. One of them needs a new kidney. 1 needs a new lung. So the moral decision from my moral framework would be to kill the 1 to save the 5, right? Except in my moral framework, I believe in bodily autonomy over all else also. Maximize the well-being of as many people as humanly possible while respecting bodily autonomy. People can make decisions for their own lives. And there's a balancing act between the needs of the many versus the needs of the few. Like, bodily autonomy would dictate that you can't force people to get vaccinated, but not getting vaccinated puts hundreds of thousands, millions at risk. In that scenario, I would incentivize getting vaccinated by not allowing them in certain public places without it, but not forcing them to get it. Like, don't let them like attend a public school unless they're vaccinated. They have another option. And that's what we're doing. My moral system pretty much is reflected in the founding fathers and how they did things. Now, the founding fathers didn't live up to their own moral system, obviously, because they didn't ban slavery. That's bodily autonomy. But overall, that's pretty much how I see things. Christians have always, since day one, always come into Congress with excuses for why they should be allowed to continue slavery or hate people or dehumanize people or whatever.
Tired of it. It is not up to us. It is not up to us to deny medical care. It is up to us to feed the hungry, to clothe the poor, to protect children, and to love all people as ourselves.
It's like literally exactly what Jesus said. So anyway, I just don't get how religious nutcases can justify hating to this degree. It is just wild to me. We should not be basing our moral system on the Bible. We should not. That is literally the worst thing that we could do because it's arbitrary. Because there is a position for every belief, every moral belief. We can find a verse to back it up. So really, we're basing our moral system on nothing. If you say it's Bible-based, that means it's you-based. It's selfish, personal decisions that only benefit you. That is what you're really basing it on if you say you have objective morality from the Bible. And even worse, not only is it a selfish, like a strict father type of morality, but you can't be talked out of it because you're convinced that this is what God wants, even though it's what you want. Anyway, I appreciate AOC for saying it. It's really fascinating. Tell me what you think about it in the comments. Okay, wow, that was a pretty decently long bit. Awesome. All right, I'm going to eat while we talk about something. Let's see. I should probably download that later. Hang on, I'm getting messages about my videos. They sourced one single person on Reddit that said that they quoted about this Shields thing. Just edit as usual, and I'll make a note of it. No, and I'll splice in a message about that. Let me just say it now. For the record, the witches thing with Trump has a shield or whatever. There are weird little groups out there that do that, I guess. I don't know where they are. I'm sure there are probably some, but I believe that this article is sourcing a single person on Reddit. Just one person in the comments that said, I can't affect Trump, he has a shield. So, yeah, good job, guys. All right. I'm streaming there. I said it. I'll splice it in. Censoring the N-word about... Yes, censor. Yeah. Just telling them what to censor. Swears are okay on screen, but not bad ones. Didn't spend time looking into it. It was just the tone of no way this could happen versus what this is not real magic. Okay, got it. Awesome. All right, let's cover something, shall we? Wait. Oh my God, I forgot about this.
You have.
Okay, hang on. I want to cover this.
Should we help President Trump?
Yeah.
Well, you have. Yeah.
Before in
You got the
space
vibe.
acts and quietly just do whatever we want.
Okay. There's been speculation that Elon Musk tampered with elections on Donald Trump's behalf for a long time, right? I don't think that that's the case because I haven't seen any evidence of it. And I know there's enough outrage out there right now that people would have investigated this upside down, backward, and forward to verify that this didn't happen. There's somebody who was pretty credible that said voter suppression flipped the election to Donald Trump rather than Kamala Harris, which is who it should have gone to. And after looking into it, I don't think that the dude is using old data that doesn't really apply to today. And it's not, it's not convincing to me based on the evidence that he presented. So I don't think that there was, of course there's voter suppression. Of course there were, these people would have done whatever it took to accomplish their goals, to cheat. They absolutely would have. But after spending the last 4 years learning how the election system works, I just don't see an in for them that wasn't covered already. There were ballot box fires and all of the other stuff. But listen to this, this meeting with Elon Musk and his son with Tucker Carlson. I understand that they're trying to limit this video's reach on X and stuff. So give this a listen.
Should we help President Trump?
Yeah.
Well, you have. Yeah.
Before in
You got the
space
vibe.
acts and quietly just do whatever we want.
If we're in SpaceX, quietly do whatever we want. Okay, it's just a kid, right? There's not much there.
What's your assessment? Did this work? Is he going to win?
Yeah, it is. Not for now. No.
They'll never know, he says. They'll never know. Is that what he said?
I think it's done.
You think it's done?
Yeah.
But not for now.
No.
I'm looking at the data
He keeps saying they'll never know. What does that mean?
as it comes in from every county in Pennsylvania.
So Elon Musk says he's looking at data as it comes in from every county in Pennsylvania. That's weird.
County in Pennsylvania.
And the kid just keeps quieting him, putting his hand over his mouth.
Oh, he can tell us.
That's weird, right? I mean, I don't think that there's anything to it because I don't think that they would have told a kid about things that are that consequential if they really did rig the election. I don't think they would have told a kid about it. And they certainly wouldn't have put this kid out on a national stage to, talk in a big talk show thing or whatever. It just, if he knew, they would have kept him away from microphones because they didn't know what he would say or do. So I don't think there's anything to it. I just thought it was odd is all. Tell me what you think in the comments. Just closing some of these things. Close. I already hit these.
When we spoke.
Oh, that's right. I want to watch this one. Delete group. Let's see.
At the start of the magic show, baby.
And the funny part about it is,
Wait. Brett Weinstein is the other one I was thinking of. Brett Weinstein. Brett Weinstein was the one. He was the one that, like, was at Evergreen College or whatever, right? Okay. There's a dude named Brett Weinstein. He worked at Evergreen College, I believe, as like a professor, and they were trying to do a little, I don't know, demonstration or whatever. Every year, they get all of the black members of the college to like go on a trip together, like a field trip or whatever, to show the white people what it would be like to not have any black people near them, not have any black friends or whatever else. And then one year, if I remember correctly, the school said they wanted to do a program where for one day, only the black students show up to school and the white students don't. It's just kind of trying to demonstrate, you know, what value people add to the community or whatever. And Brett Weinstein was a professor there, and he refused to not come to school that day. And he got, I don't know if he got fired or he quit or I don't know what happened. But anyway, he got super famous for it. And now he's like a right-wing influencer, like anti-vax, hard right nutcase. Like RFK Jr. level nutcase influencer. Which is crazy because he's like an evolutionary biologist or something. He's just off the rails insane. No other evolutionary biologists agree with him on literally anything. It's just like shameless lying that he does. Well, he has a brother named Eric Weinstein, this guy on screen. And he's also pretty far right. I want to listen to what he had to say to this dude, Chris Williamson. They talk to each other. Let's give this a listen. And hopefully they don't hit me with copyright.
When we spoke at the start of the year, I said it was way too close to November to switch anybody out. Turns out that I was wrong.
beginner's luck.
By the way, this is February, when did this come out? By the way, this is September 2nd, 2024. It's before the election. And we get some fascinating glimpses into what they believed was going to happen in the election.
You said, what are the odds that Joe Biden has a debilitating event between now and November, including death? So he runs a 1 in 20 chance of dying in any given year or above, that I don't think you know whether he's even going to make it to November. Debilitating event could have been a debilitating public event.
No, it couldn't. He was talking about debilitating events because he's old. What a dirty, underhanded way to frame this. Really? Shit, you know what I just realized? I haven't been recording a game this whole time. Damn. That sucks. That's a problem because it could cause issues with my recordings. That's okay, though. Let's play Breath of the Wild for a little bit. He's a mathematician, Eric Weinstein is. So he was, I don't know, trying to create statistics or whatever, right? But he's basing it off of just the fact that old people are old. That's it. Joe Biden is very clearly fine, or he was at the end of his presidency. Yeah, he had a minute where he couldn't think of a word, you know, at the debate. Couldn't come up with it. I have that problem all the time. His went on longer than I would have, but he's like 80, okay? Yeah, I don't even think he's quite 80 when this happened. Anyway, Trump is older than Biden. Now, I'm sorry, let me rephrase. Trump is older than Biden now when that debate happened, to my knowledge. Or maybe they're pretty close. The point is that Biden was fine. And this whole, he's a crumbling mess, going to fall apart at any second thing, that's just, it was pure, unadulterated propaganda. I'm not giving it to them. Nonsense. Biden was fine. Like, would I want somebody younger? Of course I would. But he was perfectly capable.
Purposely left it vague, and I didn't say the other part of it, which I now feel comfortable saying, which is I don't know whether Donald Trump will be allowed to become president.
Dude, bro, are you shitting me right now? Really? You got to be joking.
What do you mean by that?
I think that there's a remarkable story, and we're in a funny game, which is, are we allowed to say what that story is? Because to say it, to analyze it, to name it, is to bring it into view. I think we don't understand why the censorship is behaving the way it is. We don't
What censorship? What are you talking about?
understand why it's in the shadows. We don't understand why our news is acting in a bizarre fashion. So let's just set the stage, given that that was in February. There is something that I think Mike Benz has just referred to as the rules-based international order. It's an interlocking series of agreements, tacit understandings, explicit understandings, clandestine understandings about how the most important structures keep the world free of war and keep markets open.
Oh my God, he's constructing an argument for a deep state. Give it a rest.
And there has been a system in place, whether understood explicitly or behind the scenes or implicitly, that says that the purpose of the two American parties is to prune the field of populist candidates so that whatever two candidates exist in a face-off are both acceptable to that world order.
I'm sorry. Okay. So he's fabricating this whole thing and just claiming that it's real and it's factual.
Are both the field of populist candidates so that whatever two candidates exist in a face-off are both acceptable to that world order.
He's claiming that there is a deep state that controls everything and makes sure that all the candidates are fine, they're going to work with them and all that stuff. Nonsense. The American people want somebody that is not a complete fucking idiot. Well, we've come to find that I guess they're okay with complete idiots also. The problem is Donald Trump won the election. How can he sit here and say this? I mean, it makes him look like a complete fool, in my opinion.
So what you're trying to do from the point of view, let's take it from the point of view of, let's say, the State Department, the intelligence community, the Defense Department, and major corporations that have to do with international issues, from arms trade to, food. They have a series of agreements that are fragile and could be overturned if a president entered the Oval Office who didn't agree with them, and the mood of the country was, why do we pay taxes into these structures? Why are we hamstrung? Why aren't we a free people? So what the two parties would do is that they would...
Why aren't we a free people? For making sure that, like, food aid is going out to impoverished countries? Are you shitting me?
Run primaries, you'd have populist candidates, and you'd pre-commit the populist candidates to support the candidates who won the primaries. As long as that took place and you had two candidates that were both acceptable to the international order, that is, that they aren't going to rethink NAFTA or NATO or what have you.
Bro, what are you talking? NAFTA? They can't rethink NAFTA? It's just a trade deal. Trump did rethink NAFTA, I think, at the end of his 4 years. Well, he didn't, but other people rethought NAFTA on his behalf. He's pretending that there's like this all-powerful deep state that doesn't allow anybody to make any decisions without them or some other stupid shit. Link up with reality again, I'm begging you. It's nonsense.
We called that democracy. And so democracy was the illusion of choice, what's called magician's choice, where the choice is not actually, pick a card, any card, but somehow the magician makes sure that the card that you pick is the one that he knows.
That's democracy? Democracy is a magic trick, or a trick generally, is what you're telling me? Democracy is a trick? It's not real? What brought him to this conclusion? Bro, what is happening? I've never heard him speak before. This is my first time.
In that situation, you have magician's choice in the primaries, and then you'd have the duopoly field two candidates, either of which was acceptable, and you could actually afford to hold an election. And the populace would vote, and that way the international order wasn't put at risk every 4 years, because you can't have alliances.
International order, once again, the deep state.
That are subject to the whim of the people in plebiscites. So under that structure, everything was going fine until 2016. And then the first candidate ever to not hold any position in the military nor position in government in the history of the Republic to enter the Oval Office, Donald Trump, broke through the primary structure. So
yeah, which proves that there wasn't a deep state or whatever. It really was democracy. People really were allowed to, like, run for office. You know what I discovered, though? By and large, people that are not, like, people that aren't kind of mainstream politicians, like Joe Biden, Hillary Clinton, even Michael Bloomberg, they're just not popular in the United States, I came to find. They're just not. People do not like them. I'm sorry, let me rephrase. People that are not like Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden and stuff, people just don't like that. They want a Hillary Clinton or Joe Biden or whatever. Really. It surprised me when I saw this play out, but I realized it when I watched Hillary Clinton get absolutely destroy Bernie Sanders in the primaries. And now, I know that there was some funny business about her getting the questions ahead of time and stuff like that. But that does not and could not possibly account for the absolute tidal wave of support that Hillary Clinton got on Super Tuesday after, when Bernie Sanders was running against her. She was just more popular, plain and simple. And it's the same with Joe Biden. He was just more popular in the country than Bernie Sanders or any other kind of left-leaning, popular, politician that supports like popular positions, which is different from populist. I'm looking for something. Hang on, there we go. Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton types are just more popular, bottom line. And that's why they kept winning elections. Now, Donald Trump came in and did, and I'm not exaggerating when I say this, exactly what Hitler did to get people excited over things. That is, like, we're watching it happen in real time. That's how Hitler got people, like, whipped into a blood frenzy. Precisely what Trump did. Anyway, when somebody like that comes along, a right-wing populist, which is not the same as somebody that likes things that are popular, inevitably they're going to take power and it's going to throw the country into fascism. That's just how it's worked for millennia at this point, honestly. Anyway, God, what was I going to say now? Oh. Anyway, Eric Weinstein. I almost said Harvey Weinstein, but no, this is Eric, I believe. He's incorrect about how this functions. It's not that they, there's some deep state trying to prevent people from running or whatever. Those people are just more popular. They just are. With people like my grandma, she absolutely loved Hillary Clinton. She trusted Joe Biden. You want to know who's voting for these people? My grandma. She's voting for them. My grandpa worked on the railroad for like 50 years. Voted Democrat his whole life because he was in the union, if no other reason. They voted for them. Middle of the road, regular old Democrats. Anyway, there's no deep state. It's just the popular position, whether you like that or not.
So then there was a full court press. Okay, we only have one candidate that's acceptable to the international order. Donald Trump will be under constant pressure that he's a loser, he's a wild man, he's an idiot.
Well, I mean, he is all of those things. I didn't need, like, news to tell me that. I could see how fucking stupid he is. Could you not see how fucking stupid Donald Trump was? Really? That tells me something about you, honestly.
And he's under the control of the Russians. And then he was going to be a 20-1 underdog.
Okay, I don't know about the underdog thing. I don't even remember what was happening in 2016, but he was under the control of the Russians. I don't know if you guys remember this, but let's go all the way back. Let's go all the way back. Donald Trump was supported by Russia. Russia helped him win the election. That is absolutely, beyond a shadow of a doubt, true. Now, was he involved? We can discuss that. But he was most definitely helped by Russia. And the entire intelligence community told him that. He knew that. And he meets with Putin for the first time, knowing that Putin helped him win his election. And he says this in front of everybody.
People came to me, Dan Coates came to me.
Dan Coates was like one of his head intelligence community operatives.
And some others, they said they think it's Russia. I have President Putin. He just said it's not Russia. I will say this. I don't see any reason why it would be.
He betrayed the United States in this moment. It was like a groundbreaking moment. I know, like, if you weren't there to watch this, like, unfold before your eyes, it may not mean as much, but it was a moment in history when everybody believed that the president had just betrayed the United States on behalf of a foreign government.
I have great confidence in my intelligence people, but I will tell you that President Putin was extremely strong and powerful.
Dude is like, all right, Russia is an adversary to the United States, not because I want that, because they want that. Russia is an adversary because Russia wants to be one. Russia is hostile to the United States. They do hostile things all the time. And here we have a president of the United States saying that the United States is not trustworthy. The United States, intelligence community whose job it is to research this, they are not trustworthy. Russia and Putin are more trustworthy.
His denial today, and what he did is an incredible offer. He offered to have the people working on the case come.
You're talking about the Mueller investigation. Mueller discovered beyond a shadow of a doubt that Russia absolutely was helping Donald Trump. You know why all this came up in the first place? Operation Crossfire Hurricane. In the United States, there are Russian operatives. Just like in Russia, there were American operatives, and in China, there are Russian operatives. I mean, every country has operatives in every other country. That's just how it works. It's finding them, figuring out which ones they are is the challenge. Well, the FBI and the NSA monitor, like they phone tap them. They listen to the conversations that they have. Spy on them and stuff, And they're spying on them, the FBI is, on these known Russian operatives. And Don Jr. calls. Why the fuck would Don Jr. be calling a Russian operative? That's weird. How does he even know this guy? I don't know who these people are. Hey, Owen, just got your book. Awesome. I'm so glad to hear that. I hope you like it. I need to re-record the audiobook for Understanding Jehovah's Witnesses, because I edited a second edition of that book and released it in print and Kindle, but I have not recorded the audiobook. Anyway, it wasn't just Don Jr. and it wasn't just once. Like a bunch of people from like Trump's orbit were calling Russian operatives and working with them directly. On top of that, Paul Manafort, Trump's campaign manager, was a Russian politician before. Seriously. Betrays the U.S. for Russia. I mean, it's clear as day that something shady was going on here. And if you don't see that, then you're a fool. The Mueller report was done by a Republican FBI agent to analyze what Trump's level of involvement was. And he determined that Trump absolutely was colluding with Russia. He was working with Russia. But at the end of the report, he said he didn't believe Trump should be indicted because he didn't believe that you could indict a sitting president.
People came to me, Dan Coates came to me, and some others. They said they think it's Russia. I have President Putin. He just said it's not Russia. I will say this. I don't see any reason why it would be. I have great confidence in my intelligence people, but I will tell you that President Putin was extremely strong and powerful in his denial today. And what he did is an incredible offer. He offered to have the people working on the case.
They indicted 11 Russians that lived in Russia for like hacking and working with organizations to like release secret files and stuff like that to help Donald Trump win the election. They indicted 11 people, and Trump was like, it's an incredible offer. Putin offered to let the investigators come over and interview the 11.
Come and work with their investigators with respect to the 12 people. I think that's an incredible offer.
The fact that he doesn't the fact that he's not admitting that Putin is not operating in good faith is ridiculous.
Our relationship with Russia has never been worse, thanks to many years of U.S. foolishness and stupidity.
This is what Trump said. By the way, I think this is a clip from Rachel Maddow who kind of broke this whole thing down. Trump said on the twit, our relationship with Russia has never been worse, thanks to many years of U.S. foolishness. He's blaming the bad relationship not on the old Soviet Union, but on the United States. McCarthyists, the people on the House of Un-American Activities Committee from the 50s, Trump would have been locked up by now. He would have been in prison, rotting in a cell. He would have been buried under the jail by now if we had been in the 50s when he said this.
And now, the rigged witch hunt. Today asked, does he think Putin bears any responsibility?
Yes, I do. I hold both countries responsible. I think that the United States has been foolish. I think that the probe is
the Russia investigation, like Mueller's investigation. At the bottom, you see the chyron says shockwaves as Trump doubts U.S. intelligence. It wasn't just shockwaves. Like, even that is an understatement. It was dumbfoundedness that we just witnessed a U.S. president betray the United States live on air. We watched him betray the U.S., and this isn't even close to the worst thing that he did. I can't believe that he won an election again. After this alone. After January 6th, after all of it. I cannot believe it.
Disaster for our country. I think it's kept us apart. It's kept us separated. There was no collusion at all.
There absolutely was collusion beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Everybody knows it. People are being brought out to the fore. So far that I know, virtually none of it related to the campaign. And they're going to have to try really hard to find somebody that did relate to the campaign. That was a clean campaign. I beat Hillary Clinton easily.
President Putin, did you want President Trump to win the election?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Because he talked about bringing the Russian relationship back to normal, Putin said.
And we showed you.
Oh, this is an old. I thought this was a Rachel Maddow clip. Yeah, I guess this is an old compilation. Where's the Maddow clip? Oh, here it is. We watched him betray the United States, and it was horrifying, straight up horrifying to watch. I don't know how Republicans continued to support him after that, knowing their like adversarial position to Russia generally.
All right, first, deep breath.
My grandma used to watch Rachel Maddow. I loved her more than anything, and she died in 2022. So in her honor, I also like watching Rachel Maddow. I'm not sure I actually do, but, you know, with respect to my grandma.
Not that deep. This was a big day. Let's just talk about what has just happened. And let's talk about it with the full and complete expectation that more of it may yet happen while we are talking tonight. Things are at a boil. Things are going fast now. This is a time when everybody needs to pay attention. Here's why we have covered this story so intensely. Since it first became clear that there was something wrong and illicit and unexplained about the relationship between this particular foreign adversary and the unlikely rise of this unlikely politician who shocked everyone by winning the last U.S. presidential election. I mean, there was no explicable reason why, as a presidential candidate, he would step with such excruciating care to avoid ever saying anything remotely negative or critical about Russia and its president. There was no explicable reason why he would dig out of the vault a campaign chairman who had not worked in American politics for more than a generation, but he had spent more than the past decade doing Vladimir Putin's political bidding overseas in the former Soviet Union.
Paul Manafort, dude went to prison for like 25 years for his involvement in like connecting Russia with the Trump campaign. Seriously.
All right, first, deep breath.
Did it just restart? Why did it restart? That's weird. Oh, because it was short. Yeah, that was just one example. Like Rachel Maddow did this whole big breakdown of it. I thought I had the whole thing, but I guess not. Anyway, Trump betrayed the United States on Russia's behalf. I don't want, like, we're talking about Chris Williamson here. But I don't want this to be memory hold. I don't want this to be forgotten. I don't want them to rewrite history to make us forget that Trump absolutely, beyond a shadow of a doubt, most definitely colluded with Russia, lied, and betrayed the United States on their behalf. Also, hi, Owen. Love you. Been wanting to catch you live for so long. Well, welcome. Glad you came. Glad you're watching my stuff. Thanks for coming.
Donald Trump will be under constant pressure that he's a loser, he's a wild man, he's an idiot, and he's under the control of the Russians. And then he
absolutely is and was, beyond a doubt,
going to be a 20-1 underdog, and then he wins. And there was no precedent for this. They learned their lesson. You cannot afford to have candidates who are not acceptable to the international order and continue to have these alliances. This isn't.
Oh, please, dude. Everything is a conspiracy with him. Like, his belief was proven wrong. People who are not like part of the quote unquote establishment, they can win elections. In fact, they do all the time, honestly. Like, not just the presidential election. That one isn't even as important as the national, like the federal and state level and municipal level elections that take place every year, every 2, every 4 years. That is really important to pay attention to, maybe more than the president. And those people, like a lot of them go against the establishment grain, if you will. A lot of them are oppositional to people like Joe Biden. In fact, some of these people say some absolutely crazy, unhinged shit. And they're allowed to win elections. The fact that he's pretending this is just low. It's just low. Like, really.
An unsolved problem. So I don't have a particular dog in this fight. I believe in democracy. I also
Totally. He just denigrated democracy, didn't he? Didn't he just tell us, oh, well, democracy is where like a magician is playing a trick on you?
Also believe in international agreements. And it is the job of the State Department, the intelligence community, and the Defense Department to bring this problem in front of the American people and say, we have a problem. You don't know everything that's going on. And if you start voting in populist candidates, you're going to end up knocking out load-bearing walls that you don't understand.
Yes, absolutely. That is 100% true. Well said. I like that, actually. You're going to knock out load-bearing walls that you don't understand.
But Trump was in office for 4 years. Did he turn the entire table upside down?
He risked.
Yes, he absolutely did. He made a complete mess out of everything, actually, and it took Biden coming in to try to fix it. I know this is another thing that these people are trying to memory hole, trying to rewrite and pretend that this wasn't the case, but it absolutely was. Do you guys remember what the economy looked like after Donald Trump? I mean, sure, you can say it was because of COVID, I suppose, and I get on board with you there a little bit. Sure, it was because of COVID, but it wasn't solely because of COVID. There was more to it than just that, obviously. Additionally, Donald Trump had career politicians, career federal employees and stuff in the system that kept it running, you know, despite him. And I don't think he really knocked out any load-bearing walls because he didn't do any major changes that the Republican Party didn't want him to make anyway. He kind of governed, you know, a little bit to the right. His rhetoric was far right in his first term, but he governed to the right in favor of corporations and stuff like that. Run-of-the-mill, mostly. We're in a different situation now.
Doing that.
Say more.
You remember that there was this uncomfortable accommodation given to the Central Intelligence Agency at the beginning of his actual term. There was a question about was he going to question I have a very different point of view than most of my friends who are also, you know, at least nominally Democrats, which is.
He claims that he is a Democrat? Are you shitting me right now? Why are you even pretending?
It was a very immoral thing that was done to him. He was asked the question, will you pre-commit that you will accept the results of an election? Now, if you were going to rig an election, you would ask somebody that.
This is a fucking joke. Are you for real right now? You know why he was asked that question? Because dictators throughout history question election results. That's how it's always worked. Now, you can go around and look at all of the ballots yourself, send them through the counting machines. Hell, count them directly with your own two hands if you want to verify the actual winner of the election. And in fact, that did happen. In Arizona, they recounted by hand a Trump organization called Cyber Ninja, a pro-Trump organization called Cyber Ninja, recounted by hand over the course of like weeks, and found Biden actually won by more votes than initially thought. If you understand the first thing about how the election system works, you wouldn't have questioned it. But if you question it, it's super easy to like follow the trail back and find the answer. And we did. Now, the question was, are you going to destroy democracy by claiming that you lost when you didn't, and you know that you didn't? That was the real question. And Donald Trump knew that he fairly lost the 2020 election. He knew that he lost it. Hang on, let me find evidence for that. Wait, let me find this one clip here. Here we go. This is the one I was looking for right here.
Right. They say that made, I don't believe it's this much, but it doesn't have to. I lost by I didn't lose.
But we caught you there, didn't we? You knew that you lost.
They say I lost, Joe. They say I lost by 22,000 votes.
He knew that he lost. He knew he lost. And he continued to lie. He continued to make shit up and erode democracy knowingly and intentionally, because he doesn't give a fuck about the democracy. And that's a foreboding sign for our future. So, anyway, the question was asked of him because it's a knowable question. Did you win or did you lose? We can know the answer to that. So, the question was, when we find out definitively if you won or lost, are you going to accept that, or are you going to continue to lie to us? You're going to continue to erode democracy for no fucking reason. Like, you're not going to, this isn't going to get you the presidency. You aren't going to take over in 2020. You're not going to take over in 2020. It's not how this works. So are you going to choose to just like destroy democracy just because you want to? Or are you going to leave it alone? And the answer is he wants to destroy democracy for no reason at all. So anyway, the point is, Brett Weinstein is once again warping. I'm sorry, not Harvey either. Eric Weinstein, warping this completely out of proportion. This is not representative of reality in any way. And he knows it isn't.
Immoral thing that was done to him. He was asked the question, will you pre-commit that you will accept the results of an election? Now, if you were going to rig an election.
I mean, the assumption is that you're going to verify that it's real first, of course.
You would ask somebody that to begin with, and that's part of the game. And he says, well, we'll see.
That's part of the game. It's part of the game that's being played. Come on, man. This is disgusting, honestly. This is bottom of the barrel shit. Nobody should ever trust this guy ever again after he said this shit right here. Hang on, let me find out how to access this. Elma Knowles well. So I'm looking for a well. Where's that well? Is it right here? Hold on. Where are the wells? Wells. Yeah, here we are. Elma Knowles well. That would be... Hold on. This is the shrine. And the well should be right here. Yes, it's right here. This is it. Okay.
So you have this very strange thing going on where democracy is the greatest threat to democracy. Now, how can...
No, it's not.
That be? It's two different concepts of democracy. One concept of democracy is the will of the people. You hold plebiscites, and even if you do it with an electoral college or political parties, the idea is that the people are elected, by and of and for the people. The other idea of democracy is that democracy is about institutions that sprang from democracy once upon a time, and that those institutions have to be kept strong. Those are two completely different concepts that are overloaded to the same word.
What the hell does that mean? Two different concepts that are overloaded to the same word? There's an emergency vehicle out there that is obnoxious. It's just it's not stopping. It's just, God, it's so fucking annoying. I'd really love it if it went away. But it's just sitting out there. Why is it just sitting out there? I don't understand. There it goes. Jesus Christ. That is so annoying. Anyway, I'm not sure what he means by that. This just sounds like complete trash.
Under that circumstance, we have a paradox, which is how do we keep the electorate from overturning the type A democracy from overturning the type B democracy?
God, he's pretending to be some kind of an intellectual when every word out of his mouth is complete trash. There is nothing intellectual happening here.
And that's the unsolved problem that they will not bring in front of the people. So
what the hell does that even mean? I'm sorry, one more time.
Turning the type A democracy from overturning the type B democracy.
What does that mean even? What are you talking about? This is complete nonsense. Here's how Jordan Peterson does it. When they kind of a little bit roughly cobble together something that could maybe make a little bit of sense, even though that's not what Jordan Peterson meant by it anyway, or what not Harvey Weinstein, or what Eric Weinstein meant or anything, they feel smart because they think they just deciphered some puzzle. It's nonsense. He's just speaking nonsense. It doesn't mean anything. Never did.
And that's the unsolved problem that they will not bring in front of the people. So what you have is a situation in which I believe that there are many people in Washington, D.C. who think that Donald Trump cannot become president because he can now go for broke. He's also not going to try to run for re-election. He's relatively unconstrained. He's wealthy. He's
completely unconstrained because he can do anything and be completely exempt from the law. He is above the law. He is a president that is above the law now, officially. No constraints on him at all. He doesn't need to pardon himself because he there's nothing that he could be charged with to be pardoned. So, can a president pardon himself is a moot question now. I mean, that shit's really disturbing. And Brett Weinstein, God, I'm going to get it. Eric Weinstein thinks this is a good thing, I guess.
He's learned how to play a lot of these games.
And maybe got a little bit of an axe to grind as well after the last 6 years.
No kidding. And he's a wild card. There are three people who are doing amazing versions of the drunken boxing game. Kanye, who's probably the first one to really fail, Elon, and Donald Trump.
The drunken boxing game. Are we talking Mike Tyson's Punch-Out on the NES? What do you mean by that?
And all three of them tried to do something where you couldn't pin them down. You couldn't figure out what they were going to do next. And that's what the order is keeps trying to do.
I have no idea what he's talking about. I know exactly what Donald Trump's going to do next. I'm just horrified by it. What do you mean we don't know what he's going to do next? Of course we do. I mean, he comes up with these stupid fucking ideas like invading Greenland, and then he attaches to it like a dog to a bone. He won't let it go. I can pretty accurately predict what Donald Trump is going to do based on what he's saying right now.
Commit to this. Will you say this? Will you mouth these words? And none of these people would play the game.
Donald Trump, he's acting like a dictator right now. By the time this clip comes out, it may be in name as well as status. But he is ignoring Congress, who has the power of the purse, and he has taken power from Congress. Donald Trump has assumed the role of Congress. Congress doesn't need to exist anymore. The Senate and the House, they're irrelevant now because Trump is writing the laws through executive orders, which is not how they were supposed to be used. And he controls the power of the purse, which was Congress's job, not the president's, very specifically. So he's just cut one branch of the government out. That is dictatorship. Now, the judicial branch, the third branch of government, has come in and they've said, you can't defy this order. You know, Congress has the power of the purse. You need to respect that and, like, not halt all spending or whatever. And an Obama-appointed judge just came out and said, you're going to face arrest if you don't follow the law. If you don't reinstate spending, reinstate U.S. aid and everything else, you're going to face arrest. Now we get to see what happens when Trump comes up against the judicial branch. There are checks and balances on every branch of government by every branch of government. The congressional check is gone. He erased it. Now we find out if he's going to erase the judicial check also. And if he does, it is truly, fully a dictatorship. There is no, like, there are no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It is a dictatorship. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm very confident that they're going to ignore the court order and it's going to descend into dictatorship. I pretty much guarantee that's what's going to happen.
That's what the order is keeps trying to do. Like, will you commit to this? Will you say this? Will you mouth these words? And none of these people would play the game. I find this all. You ever see Emmanuel Augustus, this boxer who actually, you know, I think Floyd Mayweather said it was his toughest opponent because he wouldn't fight in the style that anyone could recognize. Probably the most
unpredictable.
Yeah, and the most entertaining boxer I've ever seen in my life. I mean, just check out any highlight reel and you won't even believe this is real. It doesn't seem possible. So that's what Donald Trump is. He's a guy who's got formulas that confuse people like Sam Harris.
Okay, no, he doesn't have formulas that confuse people. He just confuses people. There are no formulas there, first of all. And second, people pretty much have it down. They know what to expect from Trump. He's not an enigma who's like this ultra intelligent whatever. It's like almost embarrassing. In fact, it is. It is embarrassing watching this guy. My God, I don't know what other word to use but swoon. He's swooning over Donald Trump. It's like painfully embarrassing to watch. When he's completely misrepresenting reality. Like, this is not how the world works at all. And I don't understand how, like, people can even think this way. It doesn't make any sense to me.
You know, Sam and I have been debating this for years. I think that Trump is an incredibly intelligent man and that there's incredible method in his tweet.
No, he's dumb as dog shit. There is no incredible anything to Trump. He's just a fucking moron. That's it. He is a bottom of the barrel con man. Nothing good or intelligent or smart about him. Nothing to learn from him or whatever. He's just a fucking moron that likes taking advantage of people. You know, people say, we should have a businessman in office. We should have a guy that knows how to whatever. He knows how to, you know, get things done and negotiate. Trump doesn't know how to negotiate. He knows how to take advantage of people. A negotiation requires give and take to be successful. Trump only understands take. He only understands fucking people over for everything that they own. That's it. And that is why the employees that, like, Trump hires as, like, contractors to work on his buildings and stuff, that's why a lot of the time they don't even get paid. He doesn't pay them. He hires small companies who can't wait to get a contract with like a big real estate agency like Donald Trump's. He hires them. They do the work. He doesn't pay them. And what are they going to do? What's the recourse? Go to court and fight him, spend hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars maybe. In fact, maybe spend more than the job was even worth fighting lawyers who are like top tier, who he has on retainer. These companies just go under. They can't afford it. So anyway, that's what Donald Trump does. He fucks people out of everything that they own because he likes to, because he enjoys it. Hang on. Okay, that works. Just, checking something. All right.
Of old, you could put them into a data set and you say that there are 5 or 6 different types of tweets and that the left falls for every one of them every time.
Oh, so he is predictable then, is what you're saying.
So in this situation, you have a question. How is it that Donald Trump and RFK Jr. cannot possibly reach the Oval Office and we have to have a candidate who is pre-subscribed to perpetuating these institutions, these agreements, and these orders? And there's only 1 out of 3 who has that character, and that person has not won a primary. Right now, we have no idea who's running the United States of America.
We don't? It was Joe Biden at this moment. Everybody was well aware of who was running the United States. It's just a propaganda line that like far-right nutcases like to say. Everybody knows that Joe Biden was running the country. You know who was actually running the country under Joe Biden? The administrative state. Like people, just federal employees, political appointees. That's who has always run the country. The president isn't in like the Department of Defense telling generals like when to start training troops or whatever shit. That's not how it has ever worked, ever. The president appoints somebody to the Department of Defense to make decisions that represent what he would want. And so on occasion, he comes in and he tells the Department of Defense, I want you to run training drills on this or that or whatever. That is what the president does. Makes basic decisions sometimes. In fact, the president's job isn't even strenuous. You know the hardest part of his job? Doing this. Writing his signature. The executive orders that the president signs aren't even written by the president. It's some intern somewhere that's writing this shit. The president's job is literally just to sign things and say yes or no. That's it. It couldn't possibly be a simpler job. It's stressful as hell. You can find yourself in a position where hundreds of thousands or even millions of lives are in your hands. You will decide who lives or dies. That is some stressful shit right there. But it's not hard. It's pretty easy. It's pretty straightforward. And when you have no conscience like Donald Trump, it makes it that much easier. So we know who's running the country. We know who ran it under Joe Biden.
Right now, we have no idea who's running the United States of America. I just came here in a Tesla, and I did not steer once. And I would say America is in full self-driving mode, and we don't know what the AI is that's running the Oval Office, and that's really bizarre.
Yes, we do. It's not comparable in any way. Because the appointees that work for the president, that work under like the Department of Defense or whatever other, U.S. aid and stuff, we know who those people are, and we intentionally hire those people after vetting their resumes and things. It's not like we're just like, we have no clue who these people are. We can't find out or anything. That's not how it works at all. And he has to know that. I just can't believe that people view it this way. You know why I want to cover this kind of thing more often? Because it's a distortion of reality. And in my opinion, an intentional distortion of reality. Like, he knows this isn't how it works. He must know. Most of these people, they know. Ben Shapiro, he knows he's full of shit. But they're distorting it in such a way that it makes it seem more legitimate. It makes it seem more, makes him seem more trustworthy, even though it's a complete lie. Like Donald Trump saying, we're going to rebuild Gaza, and the United States is going to own it. We're going to take care of it. And the Palestinians, they're going to be happy that we rebuilt Gaza. The reality of it comes out a little later. Next day, he says, Palestinians are going to have to get out. All 1.8 million of them are going to have to leave. That's like saying, I'm going to rebuild Manhattan, and every single Manhattan resident has to leave. Where do they go? Doesn't matter. I don't care. It's the same size. I mean, same population almost. Well, it was the same population. There were 2.3 million before Israel went in there and did their thing. There are about 2 million residents of Manhattan. And it's roughly the same size, the landmass is, give or take. I think the Gaza Strip's a little bit bigger. So Trump is telling people to just get out. He says, well, they'll be able to come back. Palestinians live there. Everybody live there. And now he says, Palestinians aren't coming back. It's a distortion of reality to soften the blow that is inevitably coming.
Given that we have something like 6 minutes to make a decision about nuclear launches, we have no idea what the United States government in the executive branch actually is.
Yeah, we do. We did at the time. We fully understood who was running the country. Biden was not completely out of his head. He just wasn't. People can say that he is until they're blue in the face, but he wasn't. He was not out of his head. The entire country sat there and watched him get through how long was that? Like 2 hours? A 2-hour debate. Sat there and listened to him debate for 2 hours, and he can't find a word for about 30 seconds. And suddenly he's just like his brain is mush, and he's just out of his head completely. Did you hear the other 1 hour, 59 minutes, and 30 seconds, or what? He was not out of his head. I refuse to give this ground. He wasn't.
But it can't be Joe Biden.
Every time it seems that an election has happened over the last decade or so, it's always been, this one is different. This is the most important. This is the most important. Is there something different about the one that we're about to go into? How should we think about this election?
As World War II unraveling, the order that has produced the illusion of peace for this length of time. Imagine that you were, let's say in the 2000s, that you had this thing called the Great Moderation. And there was a story that we had finally banished volatility from the markets. None of that was true. What you were doing was you were going farther and farther into a regime without understanding that sooner or later the Jenga tower has to collapse.
I don't understand how he got here. I feel like this dude is so completely full of shit, and it's hard to imagine that he doesn't know that he's lying, right? Like my wife talks about, she's a lawyer now. She finished law school. She's officially now a lawyer, which is pretty incredible. Anyway, she talks about like Ben Shapiro, how he's a lawyer, and he was for like a long, long time. He knows what he's saying is a lie. He cannot possibly not know that what he's saying is a lie. As my wife says, she knows how to read bills just like he does, and his interpretation of the bills is a flat-out lie. No lawyer would ever interpret a bill that way. And lawyers interpreting bills in similar ways is really, really important. They have to be able to like trust that they're all, aware of the implications of certain bills, that they can all, bills have to be basically trustworthy and repeatable. Like you have to be able to trust that these bills will be interpreted in the exact same way. And Ben Shapiro misinterprets them seemingly intentionally. Like, I don't see how it could be any other way. Bro, okay, there we go. There we go, got it.
The order that was put in place at the end of World War II, none of its architects are still alive. Very few pieces.
The order put in place. Is he talking about what? Is it the Geneva Conventions, the United Nations? I don't know. I mean, those things, I believe they existed before World War II a little bit, but I don't know what else he could be talking about here.
Information were passed down about what it actually is or how it functions because it's secret. And
what is secret? What are you talking about? There's nothing secret.
I think what you can say is that we are now living on the fumes built from that victory. That is what is unraveling. You're about to head towards a multipolar world where the game theory in a dyadic game of two players doesn't look remotely like the game theory in a 5 or 10 player game. So Kamala.
Okay, he's misusing game theory, it sounds to me. Does he know what game theory even is? Hang on, let me do. Game theory doesn't have much to do with games, FYI. Game theory is a study of mathematical models of strategic interactions. It has applications in many fields of social science and is used extensively in economics, logic, systems science, and computer science. He's a mathematician. He must know what game theory is, right? Okay, let's step back one more time.
Doesn't look remotely like the game theory in a 5 or 10 player game. So
why is he talking about games here? I don't understand what the hell that even means.
Kamala is essentially the youngest boomer possible.
She's a boomer? Are you okay? Whatever.
And she's tied to the last silent generation president we'll ever have, which was a bizarre thing to begin with. And she's pre-committed to trying to continue that order in the guise of a alternatively woke, Wall Street friendly, Indian black, folksy. I don't even know what she is. To quote the great Chris Williamson, she's a meme of a meme of a meme. That was from.
No, she's black. She's half black and she's half Indian. You don't know what she is? Have you just not looked this up?
Our last talk. And I would say this is probably the most insane election we've ever seen by a comfortable margin. I would say
it's insane because Kamala Harris is in it, is what he's saying here. Donald Trump is literally deconstructing the Constitution as we speak right now. And you think that Kamala Harris is the problem? Nobody should take him seriously moving forward. Nobody. They should view him as they view RFK. Unfortunately, people are taking his stupid ass seriously too. Yeah, I don't like insulting people, but you get the idea.
Say that there's
no
one in second place.
You know why I'm watching this in the first place? Genetically Modified Skeptic came to hang out recently, not too long ago. He came over to the house and we chatted for a while, and he told me about this video. I was like, we got to watch this.
Place. I can't think of another election that is even close to this bizarre, including the attempted assassination on Donald Trump.
Yeah, there's so many things all coalescing at the same time, from what's happening with the media to AI to discontent to fake news and cheap fakes and
cheap fakes? I've never heard of that. Is that anything like a cheap from Mario? Like the little fish?
Constructed.
Sorry. Fake news was a fake story. If you look at the Google Trends, fake news was a tiny story during the 2016 cycle that blew up immediately afterwards. It was the placeholder.
You know why? Do you know why fake news, quote unquote, blew up the way that it did? I'll tell you why. Because Donald Trump was following the same mold that Hitler laid out. It's called Lügenpresse in Germany. Lügenpresse. Fake, lying press is what it meant. This whole thing that's happening right now is not new. This is a tale as old as time, repeated by many others, Hitler included. By the way, Laura Synthwave, thank you so much for being a member. I really appreciate that. That's the shit. By the by, if you guys sign up for my newsletter, which can be found at owenmorgan.com/signup or owenmorgan.com/subscribe, either one, you get members exclusive videos. So like I release member only videos on my other two channels, Fireside and Main. Once a week, generally, I release them. So if you guys want access to that, I send an email with those every week. I've been doing that lately. I scheduled out the next like month or something. So you definitely be getting videos from that. I love how he doesn't need me anymore for all the German stuff. Right. Well, you're still helpful. Still definitely useful because I don't even know I don't know the language very well. A little bit now. Anyway, just looking through here. He's been learning a lot, hasn't he? I've been trying. There's a scale of like language learning or whatever you call it. I forget what the scale is called, but it basically goes 1 to 10, 10 to 20, 20 to 30, 30 to 40. And I think it goes all the way up to 90. And if you're at 90, then you're fully fluent and you can write like essays in the language and stuff. At 10 to 20, you can go to the country and probably make your way around okay. 20 to 30, you're competent. You're capable of, you can speak fluently, basically. If I remember. I don't remember what the scale is exactly, but I think I'm at an 11. So I'm competent in German for the most part. Plus, I understand the history pretty well. And now, like, realizing what certain words mean kind of changes everything for me. Like, Volksgemeinschaft. I know I'm pronouncing it wrong, but Volkswagen, Volksstadt, like hearing all of these compound words with folk at the front. I know it's not Volk, it's folk. Anyway, hearing those compound words starts to kind of make me connect dots for what they meant when they wrote, created the word. It's pretty funny. The people's car, the Volkswagen. Anyway, let's continue. I'm working on a PowerPoint presentation in the background, do my very best to not make it death by PowerPoint. Okay.
As the intelligence community or the blob figured out what it was going to do next to try to take control of the international order. You have to realize that that's the first real surprise in presidential history where they lost control of the process.
Well, I've got a surprise for you. I told you not to watch this before we get to do this.
I actually listened.
Did you?
That son of a bitch. Why would he do that? What a jerk. He just ruined this guy's whole thing.
Well, it's weird.
I told you not to do it.
I know. It's like pouring sugar on a picnic to keep ants away.
Okay. So
are you the ant in this scenario and Chris Williamson is the sugar?
For the people who haven't seen it, we'll just do a quick recap.
MSNBC was exposed today for yet another set of lies. They deceptively edited together this video of different Joe Rogan comments to make it appear that he was singing the praises of Kamala Harris.
Okay, I have not seen that. I don't know why anybody would believe that about Joe Rogan. He's very clearly not a Democrat. It never was, honestly. He was a progressive at one point, but, he hasn't been for a long time. And for the record, love that gray stripe in Tulsi Gabbard's hair. That is actually the shit. I like that a lot. She is most definitely a Russian asset. She used to be a Democrat. She is now like a hard right Republican nutcase. But the more time goes on, the clearer it becomes how captured she is by Russia. It's clear as day that she's only doing Putin's bidding. And she shouldn't be anywhere near a position of power. Nowhere near it. She's completely untrustworthy. And she should have her security clearance revoked if she hasn't already. She's a bad, untrustworthy person. Anyway. Scoiatolo 56, thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. I'm lucky to be able to be here. I always appreciate your stream. Well, I'm glad you guys are here. Glad you're hanging out and giving it a listen and all that stuff. Anyway.
She's going to win.
No, she's not.
She can win. She is a strong woman. She is a person who served overseas twice.
I thought this was about Tulsi Gabbard. Did Kamala Harris even serve overseas? She wasn't in the military. What are you talking about? This isn't real.
She in a medical unit. She was a congresswoman for 8 years.
Yeah.
She is a person of color. She's everything you want. She's going to win.
No, she's not.
She can win. They just want no Trump, no matter what.
What do you make of that?
Okay, I'll tell you what I make of that. It's split up and cut into pieces. How can I trust that this is even real? Where did he get this? Did he get this from some, QAnon Telegram channel, or did he get it from MSNBC TikTok? 'Cause I'm having trouble believing that this is from MSNBC at all, honestly. I'm sorry, I'm just not buying it.
That's the most brazen cutting together of something that millions of people have seen.
They don't really...
Who is they?
Whatever it is not really trying to fool you. It's trying to instruct you.
What? What does that mean?
You're allowed to see the truth. They can make it difficult to find the truth, but it's hard to shut up Joe Rogan. They've settled for something else.
I don't understand.
Which is, think about MSNBC and CNN, the New York Times, the Washington Post, the Los Angeles Times.
Okay, I'm thinking about them.
Reuters, AP, etc. as a set of instructions for how to keep your job. You're allowed to disagree. We'll set the boundaries of the disagreement. We'll set the topics of the disagreement. You may not even watch any of these things, but we'll make sure that it filters through to the people that you are watching so that they're outraged. And you're given a choice. You can choose to understand whatever you want, and you can choose to say whatever you want. But if you say what you understand to be true, you can know what the consequences are. You may.
What the hell are you talking about? It is so wild to me to listen to somebody describe a completely alternate reality that it does not represent the reality that we all live in at all. It's complete fiction. It is insane.
You may lose your marriage. You may lose your job. You're
going to lose your marriage and your job for telling the truth about shit. I've already shown a couple of examples of how this guy, in my personal opinion, outright lied. Knew that he was not telling the truth and intentionally told it to the audience anyway, despite that fact. From that moment on, nobody should ever take them seriously, ever again, ever. This is another example of a situation in which we should not take them seriously.
Lose your friends. And so, in essence, we all know that if you question the war in Ukraine, or if you say, look, I detest Donald Trump, but I'm voting for him because what's going on in the Democratic Party is unholy and insane.
Unholy?
You're signing up for whatever Thanksgiving dinner we have planned for you. We're talking to your uncle. We're talking to your spouse. And
God, he's presenting this as though Democrats have created a ministry of truth, 1984 style. Do you know that the book 1984 was written in 1948 by George Orwell? He wrote it shortly after like the Nazi Germany shit went down. And I can only imagine that they were influenced by each other. I don't actually know that for absolute fact, but I know that Germany had a ministry of culture and a ministry of truth and all that other shit. So it would surprise me if it weren't directly one-to-one based on, Germany. Anyway, 1984 described like a real life situation is my point. Like something that really actually did happen. Something that took place that people had to deal with. So really what Brett Weinstein is saying here is Democrats are creating a Nazi Germany. Like Democrats are Nazis, what he's saying. I don't think this is even delusion from him. I feel like I keep calling him Brett. I mean Eric. It's Eric Weinstein. Anyway, I don't feel like it's delusion. I feel like he knows exactly what he's saying. He's saying it intentionally to deceive people, in my personal opinion. Anyway, tell me what you think about it. This dude's just bottom of the barrel low. How long have we been streaming? I want to see something. We may continue with this in a minute. Yeah. Let's continue with this in a minute. But first, there's something else I want to watch. Where was it? Not this. Not that. This. Yeah, here we are. Okay. Elon Musk answered for what he's doing right now in government, just destroying it from the top down.
So,
like closing organizations he has no right to close, like U.S. aid and things. And he twisted it around in a very interesting way. I want to talk about how he twisted things around. So give this a listen. He has his little human shield here, by the way, if you notice, bottom left, this kid. After the CEO got hit, if you will, trying to keep it monetizer friendly. After the CEO got hit, the healthcare CEO, Brian Thompson or whatever, Elon Musk started carrying his kid around on his shoulders, basically, so that they would have to shoot through the kid to get to Elon Musk's head. So, yeah, take that for what you will. But let's give this a listen. He explains here.
At a high level, if you say what is the goal of Doge and I think a significant part of the presidency is to restore democracy.
To restore democracy. Okay, interesting. Well, Elon Musk right now is eliminating democracy from existence. Donald Trump gets into office and freezes all federal spending. He's not allowed to do that. Congress controls where the money goes, not the president. The president, his job is just to dispense it. That's it. He is constitutionally required to make sure that that money gets to where Congress allocated it or whatever. So he comes in, he freezes all federal spending. A judge reverses it, says you can't do that. And Elon Musk starts physically breaking into locations, like physically forcing his way in and threatening to arrest or have these people arrested if they stop him. He hooks up private servers to the Treasury Department, gets access to our student loan data and our social security numbers, our bank account information, our everything else. And stops spending, prevents the federal government from paying employees. He shuts down organizations, one one after the other. That is illegal. That is violating the separation of powers. That is flagrantly destroying democracy, doing that. That is like each branch of government has checks and balances on them to make sure that if one tyrant gets into one of these, like branches of government and takes control of it, the other two can keep it in check. Elon Musk and Donald Trump destroyed the check on the executive branch that Congress provided. They destroyed it. They ignored it completely. So they've already put us in a constitutional crisis by ignoring the by ignoring the legislative branch. And now we're in a second constitutional crisis because Donald Trump is going to, hasn't quite yet, but certainly will have by the time this clip releases, going to completely ignore the judicial branch. That's the other check on power. So he is now officially, fully a dictator. He is fully a dictator. There is no democracy left because there's no check on power. So Elon Musk is not restoring democracy. He is actually destroying democracy. But let's listen to how he twists it around to make it into a situation where he's actually protecting it.
This may seem like, well, aren't we in a democracy? Well, if you don't have a feedback loop, okay, we would have to, if you it's all right. So, tell you, gravitas can be difficult sometimes.
Like, this is what having a kid is like. This is just part of the deal. He's, is he 4, maybe? 3 or 4? Probably 4. Welcome to having a kid. This is what it is. The kids like to mumble and talk and make noise and move around. You're asking a lot of a kid to sit still for, 10 minutes straight and not make a single sound in a little suit. I know that you're asking a lot because I had to do it when I was a little Jehovah's Witness. The fact that he's even addressing it tells me he has no idea what it's like to be a parent at all. Additionally, why is the kid even up there in the first place? Why did he bring the kid? If you're going to be frustrated by what the kid does, don't bring the kid up there. He's bringing the kid up there because he wants to use him as a human shield and seem more relatable, in my opinion. What can or should the people do to fight back? Oh, we'll continue with this in a second. There will come a time when the answer to that question is clear. I've come to find. But right now, the best thing that you can do is protest. Be out there protesting. Boots on the ground protesting. Politicians don't like protest, I came to find. Actually, they hate it. Seriously, I didn't realize this. It seemed like it was completely useless. It's not useless. They don't like protest. You know why? If for no other reason than because a certain percentage of the country, say 30% maybe, I don't know, some percent of the country pays attention to politics very closely. That's us. And that's MAGA. They pay attention too, even though they're paying attention to misinformation. But 70% don't. They're just the grandmas that are going to school every day, going to work every day, picking up their kids or whatever's, going to churches and stuff. That's all they're doing. But suddenly and seemingly out of nowhere, there's a group of people blocking their way to get to the school and waving signs around that say we've lost our democracy and stuff. Now they're being exposed to information that they were unaware of and that they would have not had any access to otherwise. Now, for the first time, they're finding out that something is going on. Somebody is doing something that they shouldn't be doing. Protest brings attention to situations like you wouldn't believe, in ways that you would never expect. And politicians don't like it. They like things to be quiet. They like to do things behind the scenes, especially Project 2025. When Project 2025 blew up, they went on a media tour to downplay how important it was. They don't want attention drawn to what they're doing. So the best thing you can do is protest, physically, in person, protest. Go into spaces where people may not otherwise hear that message, like on Facebook, random Facebook groups or whatever, talk about what's happening right now. I know it's annoying when Trumpists do it. Go into like your town's Facebook page and start talking about like immigrants or something. It's annoying when Trumpists get into these Facebook pages and start like spreading political stuff, but that's what you have to do. That's why the Trumpists are so powerful, because they are shoving politics into places where they weren't previously and drawing attention to things. That's what we need to do. Beyond protest, it will be clear what we have to do beyond protest if or when that time comes. Like there will be like, if there's going to be a civil war, we'll all know about it, is my point, basically. So anyway, yeah, that's my advice right now. And I'm doing my best spreading information and awareness and setting stuff straight and making sure that like they can't like blatantly fabricate bullshit without any pushback, that kind of deal. You know, we're all trying to do our part here. So, and don't let it get you down. Do not let it get you down. Don't let them make you feel defeated. When you feel defeated, you're less likely to get out there and protest and try to do something about it. And that is what they want. They being Elon Musk and Donald Trump, the people that are like really causing problems like this. So get out there and protest. That's what you can do. That's what you should be doing. All right, let's keep listening.
If there's not a good feedback loop from the people to the government, and if you have rule of the bureaucrat, or if the bureaucracy is in charge, and
let me explain what's actually happening as he leads into this. We have a system of governance where the U.S. Treasury, it just has normal employees there whose job it is to like process payments, send them from like, you know, they have the bank, like they get the money from the tax coffers or whatever, and their job is to send that money to U.S. aid, send that money to Congress to like refurbish the floor of the house or whatever. That's what it's for, to pay the congressmen and things. And Elon Musk, like they're just normal people. They don't need to be politicized or whatever. Elon Musk is going in and preventing those payments from processing against the law. Not legally allowed to do that. That is what's happening right now. That is what Elon Musk is really doing. But he's going to completely rewrite that and distort it and twist it into something completely different.
then what meaning does democracy actually have? If the people cannot vote and have their will be decided by their elected representatives in the form of the president and the Senate and the House, then we don't live in a democracy.
Well, we have. What are you talking about? We have always had that. Jumping Jupiter, thank you so much for the sticker. I appreciate that.
We live in a bureaucracy. So it's incredibly important that we close that feedback loop, we fix that feedback loop, and that the public's elected representatives, the president, the House, and the Senate, decide what happens, as opposed to a large unelected bureaucracy.
The large unelected bureaucracy are just there to process payments, to make sure that things get to where they're supposed to go, to make sure that like laws that are broken are just being prosecuted, and that's it. They're not, going out of their way to do some crazy shit. They're not like political appointees that are trying to like stop Donald Trump from whatever. They're just there. They took an oath to the Constitution, and they're following that oath, and that's it. Politicizing the bureaucratic state is the first step to democracy, including in Germany. This happened in Germany, too. They replaced regular people with political appointees. They replaced people in positions of authority with people that were loyal to Hitler. Orban did this. Kim Jong-un did this. Or Kim Il-sung, I suppose. The grandfather probably did this. Before like Kim Jong-il had control or anything. The point is that this is like part of the process. You want to become a dictator. This is step one. And Elon Musk is like framing it as just taking back your democracy when it is literally the exact opposite of taking back your democracy. It is destroying the democracy to have just normal workers become politicized and refuse to do their jobs because it doesn't benefit Donald Trump specifically. I mean, like, really think about how he is twisting this around, how warped this is. He knows. He can't possibly not know he's lying here. And Hellbound Hillbilly aptly points out that he's talking about elected officials. He was not elected. Elon Musk wasn't. He didn't go through any kind of electoral process at all. Why is he up here behind the Resolute desk in the Oval Office giving us this speech? Why is he here? Anyway, he's a complete scumbag, disgusting piece of trash, and he knows he's lying here. He can't not know that.
This is not to say that there aren't some good. There are good people who are in the federal bureaucracy, but you can't have an autonomous federal bureaucracy.
Why not? Why can't you have a federal bureaucracy who's just there to process payments, to do their job, that's it, and then go home at the end of the day? What is your objection to not politicizing a normal job, like a normal process? Like the U.S. Holocaust Museum Memorial is I believe it's a government-appointed position, the head of the USHMM. Trump wants to politicize even that. DMVs are state by state, not federal, so Trump wouldn't appoint DMV heads. But just as an example, Trump wants to appoint everybody, even down to like the heads of the DMV, because a DMV, you never know who in the system is going to be useful to you. The head of the DMV can decide if they're going to throw out voter registrations, if they're just going to decide not to register voters when they get their license, for example. Anywhere along the way, anywhere in the system, any federal employee can work to Trump's benefit instead of just doing their job. That's the point. This is destroying the democracy, not defending it. And he knows that.
You have to have one that is responsive to the people. That's the whole point of a democracy.
No. The elected officials must be responsive to the people. The normal people that serve in the federal government to make sure that everything like runs smoothly and that people's jobs, that the president can carry out his job or whatever. That should be non-political. When it becomes politicized, it becomes a problem. He's twisting it around to be the exact opposite of what it should be.
And if you looked at this, if you looked at the founders today and said, what do you think of the way things have turned out? Well, we have this unelected, fourth unconstitutional.
You hear him talking, right? This unelected
branch of government, which is the bureaucracy, which has, in a lot of ways, currently more power than any elected representative.
It does, but it's not being used because they're just doing their job. He wants to politicize it, to use it to his benefit or to Trump's benefit. This is really bad. Really bad.
And this is not something that people want. And it's not. It does not match the will of the people. So it's just something we've got to fix.
It does match the will of the people. They're just doing their job. That's it. That's all they're doing. And he has expertly twisted this around to be this group of people is like lying and cheating and stealing and shit. God, dude, it's crazy.
And they've also got to address the deficit. So we've got a $2 trillion deficit. And if we don't do something about this deficit, the country's going bankrupt.
Okay, no, that's factually incorrect. A lot of people confuse the deficit and the debt. Let me just explain what he's doing here if you can't recognize it or whatever. The deficit is the amount of money that the government is spending at in any one moment, from a month to month basis or on a yearly basis. They're spending this much money. Like Obama's deficit, I think, was $500 billion. Wait, was the deficit? Okay, Obama inherited a deficit of 1.4 trillion because the federal government is doing massive spending right now to pay for, under George Bush, they were paying for the Iraq War and they were putting it on the credit card. They were borrowing money from the American people by and large. And that ran the deficit up. Now, sometimes a high deficit is a good thing. They say balance the budget. You don't want to balance the budget. That means bring the deficit down to zero. Make it exactly equal how much money you're bringing in as opposed to how much you're sending out. You don't want that necessarily because spending money on some things boosts the economy dramatically and decreases the debt as opposed to the deficit. So spending $1 trillion to create, 1 million jobs or something. I'm just throwing out numbers. Could lead to the debt decreasing because those million jobs, those million workers are now paying federal taxes in. And you may have put out $1 trillion, but the debt decreased by $2 trillion because you're bringing in all this extra money. That's generally how it works. So a high deficit is not necessarily a bad thing, but you need to make sure that it's paying for itself, it's made up on the other end. Now, here's what Republican presidents have been doing since time immemorial. They've been cutting taxes, which adds depending on how much they cut, $500 billion to the deficit, doubles the size of the deficit sometimes. They cut taxes for the rich, not for you, for the rich. And that's it. They don't do anything else. They don't find another way to make it up. They just let it rack up on the debt, the total amount that the U.S. government owes. And again, most of the debt is owed to us, the American people. I think 90% of it is owed to us. But the debt can be bought or sold because, sometimes it's a good bargain to spend money on buying this debt because the U.S. is most definitely going to pay it back. They've never defaulted. It would be a nightmare if they did. It's always like a guaranteed paycheck that you will eventually get, and it's going to earn interest and everything else. So anyway, people have a tendency to... oh my God, I lost my train of thought completely. Oh yeah. People have a tendency to buy the debt. So America owns 90% of it. China owns maybe 5%. I think Saudi Arabia owns 5% or something, and various other little things. But by and large, it's been borrowed from the banks. We just moved a decimal point over in the bank account, and now we have this. The reason that we don't erase the debt entirely from ourselves is because it would make inflation shoot through the roof. But it will cripple us if it gets too high. The debt will. It'll destroy us. If it got so high that we couldn't pay it back anymore, if it became $500 trillion, there's no way to pay that back ever. We could just cancel it. You just say, oh, we're not paying this anymore. That's it. Or we could have the Treasury print more money to pay for it if we wanted. We could mint a new $1 trillion coin to pay the debt. The president can do that. But it would make inflation skyrocket. So the debt being as high as it is isn't as bad as it feels sometimes, but this is the Republican plan. This is what they've been working on this whole time. They cut taxes, and they don't make up for it anywhere else. When the next president, when the next Democrat takes over in office, they have to cut to make up for what they lost for those 4 years that taxes were cut. When they cut, when they cut taxes, the U.S. government loses $2 trillion over 4 years, for example, that could have gone toward paying off the debt. And now we have no choice but to cut programs. We can't do it any other way but to cut programs. That has been the method of forcing Democrats to do what they want. Basically, make the government smaller, whether the people want that or not. The rich like it because they don't have to pay taxes anymore. And the libertarian nutcases like it because it's a method of fucking people over and removing social safety nets. This has been the plan all along. So, you want to know how to fix this? It's not Doge or douche or whatever the fuck it is. It's not Elon Musk's stupid little meme group of people that he's working with. That's not how you fix it. You fix it by putting taxes back to where they belong, which is 70% above $10 million a year, at least. I'm just throwing out numbers right now. I haven't even thought that through, but we could start there. Anyway, yeah, he's just like twisting things around, lying, and I don't see any other way around it. But that has to be what he's doing right now.
And if we don't do something about this deficit, the country's going bankrupt.
That's not how deficits work, and he must know that. He must. He's a CEO. He has to know that that's not how deficits work.
I mean, it's really astounding that the interest payments alone on the national debt exceed the Defense Department budget.
Okay, I don't know that that's true, actually. But you know what? Okay. You know how you fix that? Taxing the rich. They're paying a lower tax rate than you right now. You know what I pay? Somewhere around 22% or so, I think. You know what they're paying? 10, 12%, 15% sometimes at most. Because capital gains is 15%. They should be paying a minimum of 70%, which is what it was just, 50 years ago or so. Under FDR, I think it was like 90. Under Eisenhower, it was like 90. That was in the 50s, the 60s. I think it was down to 70% after Nixon. I don't remember exactly, but 12%? 12%? How did we get here? Like, that is just a recipe to destroy a country. That's it. That's what this has all been leading to this whole time. They've been cutting taxes to the absolute bone intentionally so that the country would have no choice but to destroy social safety nets.
Which is shocking, because we spend a lot of money on defense. But if that just keeps going, we're essentially going to bankrupt the country. So what I really want to say is, it's not optional for us to reduce the federal expenses. It's essential.
No, it's essential for us to increase revenue by raising taxes.
It's essential for America to remain solvent as a country, and it's essential for America to have the resources necessary to provide things to its citizens and not simply be servicing vast amounts of debt.
I mean, you seeing how he's twisting this around to blame everybody but himself, right? Elon Musk should be paying taxes, like way, way more than he is right now. And instead, he's blaming you for taking Social Security payments. He's blaming you for using Medicaid because you have no other health insurance plan because you're fucking poor. Because all the money is in his pocket. He's blaming you. This is a tale as old as time. The rich have always blamed the poor for their problems when it's the rich that are the problem. It has always been the rich that have taken advantage of people, lied to them, twisted things around, blamed shit on them, and they've always had the upper hand because they had more money. They could pay for media outlets to propagandize on their behalf and everything else. And what do we have? We have labor unions at best, and we don't have those anymore. You know why? Because Elon Musk is destroying them. This is how we get a violent revolution. I'm not saying I want that. I don't. I do not want that. Do whatever it took to not have that. But the wealth disparity between the highest earner in the U.S. and the lowest earner in the U.S., or the amount of wealth owned by the richest person and the poorest person, the disparity is about where it was when France had their revolution and tried to kill all of their aristocrats. That is what happens in the end every time. I don't want that. I don't want that. I don't want anything to happen to Musk or to Trump. I'll do whatever it takes to avoid it. But this is what you have to look forward to, guys.
Also, could you mention some of the things that your team has found?
Dude, look at this kid. Kids just do funny things, so I'm not like reading into it or anything, but he's pretending to have a little pew-pew in his hand here.
And not simply be servicing vast amounts of debt.
And also, could you mention some of the things that your team has found, some of the crazy numbers, including the woman that walked away with about 30 million?
That's a lie. This is another part of the kind of the plan, I guess you will, that Elon Musk has been working on. Get into the Treasury Department, get all of the information, Social Security numbers, student loans, bank accounts, and then lie about what you found. Lie and present no evidence. Propagandize, just make shit up. The fire hose of falsehoods is what this is called. Also the Gish Gallop, kind of a combination of the two. Just claimed that Biden was sending $50 million worth of condoms to Hamas. Just fictitious trash, not true in any way, shape, or form. Not even going to dignify it with breaking it apart and trying to understand how maybe they got there. I'll tell you how they got there to conclude that that's what was happening. By lying. Elon Musk is just lying. There was no deeper, I guess a grain of truth to it, maybe interpret it. No, he's lying. He's just lying. He's just making shit up to try to make you pissed off about all of the wasteful spending instead of paying attention to the fact that he has put us in a constitutional crisis. He's just destroyed democracy. I'm not going to debate the virtues of USAID. You've just destroyed the democracy. That's not how we go about doing things in a democracy. Anyway, this $30 million thing, that's not true. It's just made up. They claimed that some woman at the head of, I think maybe the USAID, they claimed that she made $30 million in a year or something. No, she didn't. She made exactly what she was paid to make, which is somewhere around $200,000 a year. Over the course of 4 years, she took in like $900,000, which is exactly what anybody would expect. It's not an overpayment for the position. It's not an underpayment. It's just what they make.
Right. Well, we do find it sort of rather odd that there are quite a few people in the bureaucracy who have ostensibly a salary of a few $100,000, but somehow manage to accrue tens of millions of dollars in net worth.
Okay, well, then that's something that you should say to yourselves in private. Donald Trump and Elon Musk say that privately to each other. It's kind of weird how they accrue like a bunch of money like this when they have a few $100,000 a year that they make. You say that to each other quietly and investigate, come to the conclusions and find the information, and then present it at the end of an investigation. You don't come out here and accuse somebody of something when you have no fucking clue what their lives are like. Maybe they inherited it from their family. Maybe they, I don't know, maybe they saved their whole lives. Maybe they worked in the private industry first, and then they got into the public sector. They had a lot of money from that. But the reality is, in this situation, it's just a lie. It's just not true at all. There's no grain of truth to it. It's just fictitious. Post-college, I moved up from my tax bracket. I was down near 11%. Now I pay 22%. As a result, I owed $5,000. I'm fine paying extra because back when I didn't have money, I was glad I didn't have to pay as much. Someone else paid it forward then. Yeah. That's how it works. But these people don't want it to work that way. And there are all kinds of special, what's the word I'm looking for? There's special incentives and special privileges and shit that these filthy rich pieces of shit have. It's just like, it's unacceptable. Like the situation we find ourselves in now, it's unacceptable and disgusting, truthfully. And again, these people can continue to cut taxes for each other to their heart's content, but that's going to lead to a violent revolution. I'm telling you. I'm not saying I want that. I'm saying that's what's going to happen.
While they are in that position, which is, what happened to USAID. We're just curious as to where it came from. Maybe they're very good at investing, in which case we should take their investment advice, perhaps. But there seems to be mysteriously they get wealthy.
There's no mysteriousness about it. Everybody understands fully and completely where everyone's money comes from. Especially in the back end, the IRS should be investigating this, not your stupid ass. And there's no need for investigation because everybody already knows where all of this came from. You know why? Public filings for public officials are printed or are made available on government websites. You can just look this shit up. They claimed that Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is worth millions of dollars. No, she's not. She doesn't even own a house. She rents. Her salary in Congress $130-something thousand a year, which isn't much considering you have to live in DC for half the year and then in your constituency for the other half, in your district in New York or Oregon or wherever the hell it is. You have to have 2 houses as a congressman. She makes almost nothing when you take that into account. They just lie. They just make things up. They just fabricate shit and pretend that they're telling the truth about it. This is propaganda. This is how propaganda works. And it's bottom of the barrel, shameless trash.
Why? Where does it come from? I think the reality is that they're getting wealthy at the taxpayer expense. That's the...
Okay, well, then you should investigate that and get back to us rather than coming out here and outright accusing people of this by name.
That's the honest truth of it. So, we're looking at, if you look at, say, Treasury, for example, basic controls that should be in place that are in place in any company, such as making sure that any given payment has a payment categorization code, that there is a comment field that describes the payment, and that if a payment is on the do not pay list, that you don't actually pay it. None of those things are true currently.
That's a lie. He's lying here. This is just fictitious. That is not how the system works. And also, the United States government doesn't and shouldn't operate like a company. In fact, we should not have business owners as the people that are running the government. The government should step in cases of inelastic demand, where people have no choice but to do this thing. Like, you need an appendix removed. You cannot have that removed. I'm sorry, you cannot not have that removed. You must have that removed, or you're going to die. It's an inelastic demand. They can charge you literally anything that they want, and you will pay it, or you will die. The government should step in and make sure that, A, they're not overcharging you. They're not price gouging. And B, that that's covered for everybody. The government should make sure that, like, everybody has housing, whether that's through, creating shelters for homeless people or job incentives, creating jobs or whatever. They should make sure that the homeless population is as low as possible. There is no financial incentive to that. It's just making society better. That's it. That's the incentive. That's what government's for. It's not for making money. Anyway, yeah, most of this shit he's just like lying about. He's just making it up because he can.
So the reason that departments can't pass audits is because the payments don't have a categorization code. It's like
that's just a lie. That's not true.
Just a massive number of blank checks just flying out the building. So you can't reconcile blank checks. You've got comment fields that are also blank, so you don't know why the payment was made. And then
again, not true. And besides that, it's not your fucking business. This is Congress's business, not yours. Congress allocates the money and sends it to where it needs to go. Congress makes these decisions, not your stupid unelected ass.
We've got this truly absurd, a do not pay list, which can take up to a year for an organization to get on a do not pay list.
I have no idea what he's talking about, but he's lied about literally every single thing up to now, so I'm assuming this is a lie too.
And this, we're talking about terrorist organizations, we're talking about...
bullshit. This is completely fictitious. This is not true.
Known fraudsters, known aspects of waste, known things that do not match any congressional appropriation can take up to a year to get on the list, and even once on the list is not used.
It's just a lie.
It's mind-blowing. So what we're talking about here, we're really just talking about adding common sense controls that should be present, that haven't been present. So you say, like, well, how could such a thing arise? That seems crazy. When you understand that really everything is geared towards complaint minimization, so then you understand the motivations. So if people receive money, they don't complain, obviously. But if people don't receive money, they do complain.
I'm not sure what he's talking about. Yeah, okay. I mean, that's how society works. People complain if they don't get money.
And the fraudsters complain the loudest and the fastest.
There are no fraudsters. There is no fraud in this entire system. Does the U.S. government spend more than they should on certain things? Of course they do. But there's nobody outwardly lying and taking advantage of this situation covertly and cynically. That's just not how this works. This is not happening.
So then when you understand that, then it makes sense. Oh, that's why everything they approve all the payments at Treasury. Because
it's just fictitious garbage.
If you approve all the payments, you don't get complaints. But now we're saying that, no, actually, we are going to complain. If money is spent badly, if your taxpayer dollars are not spent in a sensible and frugal manner, then that's not okay. Your tax dollars need to be spent wisely on things that matter to the people.
Okay, well, Congress can decide that. Not you. Congress. You are the definition of an unelected official making decisions for the American people that they didn't ask for, that you have no right to make. This is an oligarchy. This is what an oligarchy looks like.
I mean, these things, like...
Yeah, he thinks all non-billionaires are on the dole. Right, exactly.
It's just common sense. It's not... It's not draconian or radical, I think. It's really just saying, let's look at each of these expenditures and say, is this actually in the best interest of the people?
Yeah, Redmond Barry says, the people's representatives have approved these expenditures, dipshit. This isn't unelected officials making, decisions that the constituents don't want. These are decisions made by these are decisions made by elected representatives on behalf of the constituents. So this isn't like, unwanted stuff. And you know what else? He got rid of the, oh my God, what's the CFPB, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. He got rid of that. What reason would he have? What reason would anybody have for not liking the CFPB? There is no reason to have a problem with the CFPB. It gets so much money back for the American people every year. It is a massively helpful organization. The only people that don't like the CFPB are people like Elon Musk, are billionaires, are, company owners. That's it. And I feel like there's got to be a line drawn somewhere. Like, he can't get away with doing certain things, but here we sit on the other side. And, on a completely unrelated note, disconnected from anything, I just want to make sure we're clear. I'm not talking about anything specific. I feel like my position on... Hold on, just looking. I just got a message. Very cool. I feel like my position on pacifism has always been like I am a pacifist. I'm very pro-pacifist. I don't believe in violence under any circumstances. Forever ago, there was like this thing going around, this question, should you punch Nazis in the face, right? And my answer was no, absolutely not. You should not be punching anybody. We don't want to live in a world where political violence is the answer to a question, ever. Because if we do that, Trump supporters will feel like they have a right to do it too. And I feel like my position on that is like changing a little bit. I don't believe in political violence. Even today, I don't. But it's testing it to the limits to see what's happening right now. And at a certain point, it feels like it's self-defense. That you're just you're protecting yourself to make these people who are making you live in fear, to make them live in fear. Again, don't feel that way right now. Just saying, it's testing the limits.
And if it is, it's approved. If it's not, we should think about it. So, there's crazy things like just cursory examination of Social Security, and we've got people in there that are 150 years old. Now, do you know...
That's not true. That's a lie. People are receiving Social Security that are 150 years old. No, they aren't.
Anyone is 150? I don't. Okay. They should be on the Guinness Book of World Records. They're missing out.
It's not true. That's just a lie. He's just lying.
So, that's a case where, I think they're probably dead. It's my guess.
So they're going to be cutting people off of Social Security if they think that they don't deserve it anymore, I guess, is what he's saying. That's what I'm hearing. He's going through the list of people that receive Social Security and deciding which people to cut. This is illegal. This is a constitutional crisis. He is not allowed to do this. This is a dictatorship now run by Elon Musk. Literally the worst person it could possibly be, just about.
Or they should be very famous, one of the two. And then there's a whole bunch of Social Security payments where there's no identifying information. Well,
that's not true. You have to have paid into Social Security to get it back. And the amount that you get back is based on the amount that you paid in, to my knowledge. And immigrants that come into the United States, they can, when you come to the U.S. and you get a temporary workers visa or whatever, you pay into Social Security. And when you leave, you can request it back and they will send it back to you because you're not going to be drawing from it. They keep very close track of who pays into it, what they pay, who's getting what, and all of that other stuff. He's just lying. This is just not true at all.
Well, why is there no identifying information?
There is. This is just made up.
Obviously, we want to make sure that people who deserve to receive Social Security do receive it, and that they receive it quickly and accurately. I'll tell you another crazy thing. So, one of the things is like we are trying to sort of right-size the federal bureaucracy, just make sure that this obviously there need to be a lot of people working for the federal government, but not as many as currently. So we're saying, well, okay, let's if people can retire, with full benefits and everything, that would be good. They can retire, get their retirement payments, everything. And then we were told, this is actually, I think, a great anecdote, because we were told, no, the most number of people that could retire possibly in a month is 10,000. We're like, well, why is that? Well, because all the retirement paperwork is manual on paper.
Okay, I don't think that's true at all. But whatever. I mean, he's lied through all of this. None of these things really connect anyway. You can't retire more than $10,000 a month because the paperwork is manual? Like what? What? So what? There are 2 million federal employees. Why couldn't you just retire all of them? I don't understand. How are they connected to each other? The man spewing word vomit everywhere. It's all face noise. Treats for the feline overlords. Appreciate that. Yes, absolutely. And thanks for watching my video. Of course, yeah, I commented on it. It was interesting. Anyway, he's just lying. He's just making it up.
It's manually calculated, then written down on a piece of paper. Then it goes down a mine. And I'm like, what do you mean a mine? Like, yeah, there's a limestone mine where we store all the retirement paperwork. And you look at a picture of this mine. We'll post some pictures afterwards. And this mine looks like something out of the 50s because it was started in 1955.
Okay, I don't understand why that matters. Are you saying that the U.S. government has a storage location? All right. And the storage location is a mine that was dug out in 1955, like in a bunker or whatever? Great. So? Why do I give a shit about that? I don't understand. What point are you getting to here?
So it looks like it's like a time warp. And then the speed, the limiting factor is the speed at which the mine shaft elevator can move determines how many people can retire from the
bullshit. This is just complete trash.
Federal government. And the elevator breaks down sometimes, and then nobody can retire.
This is just a lie. It's just making this shit up completely.
Doesn't that sound crazy?
Yeah, it sounds crazy because it's ridiculous nonsense.
There's like 1,000 people that work on this. So I think if we can take those people and say, like, you know what, instead of working in a mine shaft and carrying manila envelopes to, boxes in a mine shaft, you could do practically anything else. And you would add to the goods and services of the United States in a more useful way. So anyway, so I think that's an example. At a high level, if you say, like, how do we increase prosperity? Is we get people to shift from roles that are low to negative productivity to high productivity roles. And so you increase the total output of goods and services, which means that there's
again, like, the federal government is actually very efficient and good at what it does. this whole thing is just fictitious trash that he's fabricating to give himself the opportunity to root around in the Treasury systems.
A higher standard of living available for everyone. That's the actual goal.
Anyway, yeah, I just wanted to like watch that to show how a completely innocuous system is being twisted into a what's the word I'm looking for here? Into a oh God, what's the word? It's on the tip of my tongue. Into a like a diabolical, underhanded system that's being used by underhanded people to take advantage of a situation. That's not what's happening. That was never what was happening. And the fact that he's twisting it around like this is both disgusting and incredible simultaneously. That he has managed to twist it around that much. Tell me what you think in the comments. Just looking through here. It was about an hour long. Perfect. Is he still dressed for the Super Bowl? One of the limestone mines that he's talking about is in my city. There is no elevator. Everything's pretty much horizontal. Interesting. Again, like, you know, a lot of these mines are, or whatever, these locations are chosen for a specific reason. They didn't just say, you know, 700 years ago, they used to dig mines to store ice. Maybe digging a mine is the best way to store everything as the U.S. government. So we're going to store papers in there. That's not how it works. It's just like disgusting that he can just come out here and lie, just make shit up with no repercussions and use it to justify his continuing like effort to destroy the government. Let's see here. So I'm going to download this too. Let me just copy that and I'll put that down. Wait. Yeah. Okay. We're good. We're good. Something else I wanted to watch. Let's see here. Brett Weinstein is pretty crazy. We could watch that. Let me see what I've got. I usually like take videos down. Oh, I forgot about this.
Project 2025. It's what you regulations.
Oh my God, yes. Okay. I'm going to do a video real fast, like a normal video. Hang on. Output 2, 3, and 4. 1 second here. 4 is 40. All right, here. Hold on. Let me just pull up a couple of things here. Yeah, pull up this one. And wait.
This is our mission for the...
No. Wait, where the hell did it go? I know I had it. Hidden Camera Project 2025. 1 second here. Let me just see if I can find it. Is this
Father who art in heaven, hallowed
Wait, no, this isn't the whole thing. It was really long, I believe.
be thy name.
You are looking at
No. Is this the one? This is from 2024. Leave me alone. I don't want to buy your stupid shit. Hold on. Let me pull it up here. Archive 5 months ago. Okay, here we go. I learned better than to search on Twitter when I'm live. Project 2025 Hidden Camera. Is that still on the twit?
5 is rooted in Christian nationalism. We all know that Donald Trump is not religious. I Doubt he's ever opened a Bible. But Trump is surrounded by religious extremists. As long as they give him power, he'll give them their policies, just like he did when he
An ideal world, the JD pick, I think it's...
Nope. I'm just looking here.
Of outlandish claims.
Here 10 more times from the rally, the president, distancing himself.
I really want to find the whole thing. I think it was like 9 minutes long when I originally saw it. What's this? This is CNN. I already saw this page. Let's see here.
Our Father who art in heaven.
It is...
This to senators. 2025, CNN on the condition.
It's about Sharia law.
What could we see America?
Shit, I really want to find this. Give me a second. Wait.
Vote tells us not to take Trump's.
I'm not worried about that.
I'm not worried about it. It's in money for...
25 began 2 weeks of Mika Meadowcroft, an author on Project 2025 and a close aide to Vote. He tells us that Vote is running the secretive second phase of Project 2025.
The second phase after the book came out was to break down like actual sort of policy packets and like, executive orders and agenda items.
Project 2020.
That's been supervised largely.
I'm trying really hard to find the right video. Wait.
5 is a man named Russell Vogt.
No, that's not the one. Straight Arrow News. Wait, Midas Touch. Where the hell is this? I know it exists. Wait, let me try searching for videos. Here, 557?
Secret video captured on hidden in the secret 2025.
At secretly.
No, I just want the raw video. Can't they give me that?
We begin today's show with a new.
Nope. Although that's promising, that one. Is this it?
The second phase after the book came out was all that together.
This is it.
It's not going to get published.
This is one of them.
Knows that that's what you're doing.
That's one of
So
them.
on the one level is specifically what to do.
We got 139. I watched... Okay, yeah, this is one of them for sure. I want that. Give me a second to just find it. 253, 952. Let me just type in full. See if that changes anything. 1134.
And we begin tonight with damning new video from a former Trump cabinet member and...
No, that's a commentary piece. This. Yes. Yes, this is it. This is it, I believe.
5 battle plans directly.
If it's someone like Stephen Miller or Bob Lighthizer, then all this stuff gets plugged right in. If it's not, we'll figure it out.
Okay.
But all of it will be designed for a theory of the case that instead of
Firing civil servants and...
Yep, this is it. This is what I was looking for. Nice. That took me longer than I expected. We'll pull it up and talk about it.
To American democracy, Christian nationalism found.
Okay, yeah, this is it. Wow, don't know why it was so hard for me to find that. Let me just download this real fast. And then we'll talk about it for a couple of minutes. Oh my God. YouTube downloaders are like so untrustworthy. Like they're sketchy, you know? They're just straight up
government community
sketchy. 24 minutes. That's not what I was looking for. This is 3 minutes. This is the one.
2 undercover reporters.
All right. $480. Downloading.
Two undercover reporters posing as donors. Two undercover reporters.
Okay, I'm going to let this play for a second while I use the bathroom. Take me like 30 seconds, okay? I'll be right back.
Posing as donors are about to meet one of the key architects of Project 2025, the radical plan for Trump's second term, in a hotel suite rigged with hidden cameras.
Nice to meet you.
Would you like coffee or something?
I'd love coffee, yeah.
Great.
Meet Russ Vogt.
Russell Vogt, the former director of the Office of Management and Budget.
He's been called the most dangerous MAGA diehard you've never heard of.
I am opposed to the Department of Education because I think it's the Department of Critical Race Theory.
The Russ Vogt were comrades in arms.
Formerly a cabinet member and chief lieutenant in the first Trump admin,
I want to thank Russ for doing an incredible job.
he now runs a group called Center for Renewing America.
An organization that I helped turn into the Death Star that is accomplishing all the debates that you are reading about. I think you have to rehabilitate Christian nationalism. You have the largest deportation in history, block funding for Planned Parenthood. I want to be the person that crushes the deep state.
Vogt is one of the...
Okay. Here we are. Let's talk about it, shall we? Two reporters got into, think about how to phrase this. Two reporters accessed, like, oh God, that's not, a couple of reporters pretended to be Christian nationalists to speak with one of the architects of Project 2025 and recorded it on a hidden camera. I covered this years ago when it happened, but I want to talk about it again with our current knowledge of the situation. I didn't even know who this guy was, and now I do. So let's give this a listen.
Two undercover reporters posing as donors are about to meet one of the key architects of Project 2025.
Posing as donors, wow. They're about to meet Russell Vogt. He is now the head of the Office of Management and Budget, I think, OMB, I believe. And if I remember correctly, he said he, quote unquote, wants to traumatize federal workers. Basically, everything that he says in this is exactly what he's doing now. So everything that you hear is exactly how it's playing out.
The radical plan for Trump's second term, in a hotel suite rigged with hidden cameras.
Nice to meet you.
Would you like coffee or something?
I'd love coffee, yeah.
Great.
Meet Russ Vogt.
Russell Vogt, the former director of the Office of Management and Budget.
He's been called the most dangerous MAGA diehard you've never heard of.
I am opposed to the Department of Education because I think it's the Department of Critical Race Theory.
The Russ Vogt were comrades in arms.
Formerly a cabinet member and chief lieutenant in the first Trump admin,
I want to thank Russ for doing an incredible job.
he now runs a group called Center for Renewing America.
An organization that I helped turn into the Death Star that is accomplishing all the debates that you are reading about. I think you have to rehabilitate Christian nationalism. You have the largest deportation in history, block funding for Planned Parenthood. I want to be the person that crushes the deep state.
When they say deep state, what they mean is like the guy at the, like the IT guy at the US Treasury that just like makes sure that their computers are operating and makes sure that like their firewall is running, the janitor, you know, all of those people. He wants to quote unquote traumatize them. Is what he says. That is the deep state in his mind.
Vogt is one of the key authors of the blueprint for a second Trump administration.
Project 2025.
It's an ambitious 920-page blueprint.
By the way, if you want to know what the 950-page blueprint says, I created an audiobook of it, and we're listening through the entire thing, beginning to end, on my Unfiltered YouTube channel. And on my podcast. Like, I have an audio podcast that I run. It's called Owen Morgan Unfiltered, if you want to, like, give it a listen there.
Eliminating the department.
It's called Owen's Fireside Chat, if you want to give it a listen there.
2025.
It's an ambitious 920-page blueprint.
Like eliminating the Department of Education.
The mass firings of civil servants.
Banning access to the abortion pill and further restricting abortion rights.
In recent weeks, the plans have become so controversial that Trump has been forced to distance himself.
They're sort of the opposite of the radical left, okay? You have the radical left and you have the radical right.
Yeah, when he was asked if he knew what Project 2025 was and if he endorses it, he said he's never heard of it, but they have some good ideas and some bad ideas. But no, he doesn't want anything to do with Project 2025. Now we find he's just doing Project 2025 start to finish. That's why it's valuable for us to read it today, because it gives us the game plan. Now we know what is happening in the White House and what they're planning and who they're going to put into these positions of power and all of it.
And they come up with this, I don't know what the hell it is, it's Project 25.
Are you ready? I know nothing about Project 25. I haven't seen the document. I don't intend to really see the document.
But behind closed doors, Vogt tells us not to take Trump's disavowal seriously.
I expected to hear 10 more times from the rally, the president, distancing himself from the left's boogeyman of Project 2025.
Yeah. And you're not worried about that?
No, I'm not worried about it.
Okay.
He's running against a brand. He is not running against any people.
Okay.
I mean, Project 2025, if you're unfamiliar with it, it was written by the Heritage Foundation. And it's like this far-right extremist think tank that is basically made up of, like, the children, or the grandchildren, great-grandchildren, great-great-grandchildren of Confederate soldiers, like those types of people. The types of people who fought segregation tooth and nail, or fought integration tooth and nail. They wanted segregation to exist. The types of people that wanted slavery to exist, who were in the KKK, completely out of their heads, drunk on nationalism and hate, and were Nazis of the United States before the Nazi Party existed. I mean, of course, Hitler based his laws, his Nuremberg laws, on U.S. race laws. So those are the people we're dealing with. That's who we're talking about right now.
He is not running against any institutions. It's interesting, he's in fact not even opposing himself to a particular policy. Yeah. He's been at our organization, he's raised money for our organization, he's blessed it from the, when we're walking into our last day in office.
Again, the organization being the Heritage Foundation. It's a right-wing think tank that spends a ton of money. Like, there are limits to how much you can spend on a presidential candidate or on any candidate for office. You can't, like, donate, $500 million to them. But you can donate $500 million to the Heritage Foundation, who will then, independently of the president, spend that $500 million on Facebook ads, YouTube ads, commercials, Super Bowl advertisements, paying people to, like, have a ground game, go from house to house knocking and asking if they're going to vote for Trump and stuff like that. That's like an amount of money that Democrats just do not have. They just don't. Because Democrats have almost no big donors with that kind of money under their belt. So when Elon Musk said he was going to spend $250 million or however much it was on Donald Trump, he wasn't giving him that money. He was giving the money to an organization that is completely independent of the president, has nothing to do, never met him, never talked to him before. And they're going to use that money to create ads for Donald Trump, which is going to create culture wars that didn't exist before and things like that. That's how it works. So the Heritage Foundation, they actually, healthcare has been a problem for a long, long time, the healthcare system in the United States. Decades. And the right-wing solution to the healthcare problem was created by the Heritage Foundation. They wrote the policy, they wrote the healthcare policy that the right stands behind. You remember Trump said he had concepts of a plan for healthcare? He doesn't have a healthcare plan, he had concepts of a plan. That plan was written by the Heritage Foundation, actually, and the plan was Obamacare. It was written for Mitt Romney and given to him. And Obama really wanted to fix the healthcare situation, so he went with the Heritage Foundation plan because he knew that Republicans would vote for it. He knew that they would support it since it was a Republican plan. And what happened? They spent the next 20 years bitching nonstop about Obamacare and how bad it was. That's what happened. He took a half measure. He should have gone universal health care. He took a half measure, and we ended up with this. So when he says he has concepts of a plan, he's talking about Obamacare. That's his concept of a plan, and it already exists. So the answer is he wants to do nothing because what they intended to do is already done. I don't remember what my point was to this. Hang on. Wait.
Told him what I was going to, he's blessed it from the, I remember walking into.
Oh, yeah. Anyway, the Heritage Foundation, they were the ones that wrote, they were the ones that write all of the policy positions for the president, basically. And, other organizations like the Heritage Foundation. They wrote the healthcare plan, and they wrote Project 2025. And we are watching Project 2025 be enacted as we speak. That's why it's important to read it and to listen to this stuff so we know what they're going to do next, basically.
Our last day in office and told him what I was going to do. So he's very supportive of what we do.
Our investigation into Project 2025 began 2 weeks before the meeting with Vote, at a conference for religious nationalists in D.C.
The truth is, Christian nationalism is not a threat to American democracy. Christian nationalism founded American democracy.
Okay, no, it didn't, but either way, it's still a threat to the democracy. We're watching that threat unfold, like right now as we speak. We have lost our democracy to Project 2025. What they were planning to do in that document, they did. People were warned, this is what's going to happen if Trump wins Project 2025. The voters knew full well what was going to happen, and it happened.
Journalists from the Center for Climate Reporting have come posing as potential donors, looking to meet those involved in Project 2025. They're not hard to find. The Heritage Foundation, the group running the project, are here. So is Vote's think tank. We make the acquaintance of Mika Meadowcroft, an author on Project 2025 and a close aide to Vote.
Yeah.
He tells...
Sorry. Yeah, the document, Project 2025...
Croft.
It's 950 pages. It was written by a bunch of different authors, and each section lists the person that wrote it. Russell Vogt is one of them. Kevin Roberts is one of them. Oh, shoot. And I meant to play a clip before I started this section, so let me play this clip. Do you guys remember this?
Any president, put politics off to the side, any president having to second guess, triple guess every decision they're making in their official capacity, you couldn't have the republic that you just described. But number three, let me speak about the radical left. You and I have both been parts of faculties and faculty senates and understand that the left has taken over our institutions. The reason that they are apoplectic right now, the reason that so many anchors on MSNBC, for example, are losing their minds daily is because our side is winning. And so I come full circle in this response and just want to encourage you with some substance that we are in the process of the Second American Revolution, which will remain bloodless if the left allows it to be.
It'll remain bloodless if the left allows it. This is a writer of Project 2025. It was written by the Heritage Foundation. He's the head of the Heritage Foundation, like the president or whatever it is. And he wrote part of it. It was written by like 30 different people or something. I'm actually, like, I created an audiobook of it, and I'm going through it, like, right now on my channel, on Owen Morgan Unfiltered, on my podcast channel also, like Owen's Fireside Chat, if you want to listen. But I wanted to talk about Project 2025 again. There's this hidden video, this hidden camera footage from one of the writers of Project 2025. All right, yeah, that'll be a good intro. Now let's continue with the video.
An author on Project 2025 and a close aide to Vote. He tells us that Vote is running the secretive second phase of Project 2025.
And the second phase, after the book came out, was to break down like actual sort of policy packets and like executive orders and...
So they're saying that the second phase is to write executive orders, I think?
Agenda items.
Because, of course, the president doesn't write executive orders. He signs them. They're actually written by, like, aides and interns and, like, the Heritage Foundation and stuff.
That's been supervised largely by us.
The first phase of Project 2025 was a 922-page policy book published openly. The second phase is a comprehensive, concrete transition plan for each federal agency. These much more detailed plans are confidential.
And that we're watching that unfold as we speak, like right now in the U.S. government. This was the plan all along. Cancel federal funding when it's challenged by a judge. Go in and cancel individual things. This is exactly what was planned all the way back then in Project 2025.
Yeah. Because obviously you want as little of it to be FOIA-able, if you're familiar with the FOIA process, as possible.
FOIA process. So he's saying, like, the FOIA process is the Freedom of Information Act. Like, journalists can request government documents that aren't classified, for example. And they have to provide them legally. So he's saying they've concocted a way to avoid FOIA requests, to protect themselves from FOIA requests. Like, they're doing something that is very illegal, and they know that what they're doing is illegal, and they're doing it intentionally, and they want to avoid accountability for those things by having conversations in person rather than in email where it can be FOIA requested. That's what he's saying.
Freedom of Information Act, yeah.
The Freedom of Information Act allows the public to request government communications, but Meadowcroft reveals they plan to avoid these rules.
Yeah, the goal is, just familiarize all the transition team people with these plans.
Yeah.
But you don't actually send them to their work emails, because then,
right.
You could just give the handbooks to everyone, be like, this is the game plan for the admin.
Yeah.
If the press knows that that's what you're doing, then they're going to immediately just say, I request all of your emails from Heritage.
Okay.
You
right.
Worker.
I see.
So we'll see.
Interesting.
Meadowcroft offers to set up a meeting with his boss, Russ Vogt.
You could put me in touch with somebody who looks after his diary or whatever.
Yes, I can put you in touch with his schedule. Yeah.
Amazing.
So, yeah.
Great.
So just tell me when to do that.
We want to meet the man writing the game plan for Trump's second administration. Vogt believes that in his first term, Trump's agenda was frustrated by what he calls the deep state. So Vogt is planning a radical centralization of government power under the president, firing civil servants and ending the independence of agencies like the FBI and DOJ.
Does any of this sound familiar? This is literally exactly what's happening right now.
80% of my time is working on the plans of what's necessary to take control of these bureaucracies, and we are working doggedly on that.
Again, Russ Vogt, one of the main writers of this document. I mean, this is just like disgusting shit. Bottom of the barrel shit right here.
Whether it's destroying their agency's notion of independence, they're independent from the president.
Vogt has also been preparing documents based on fringe legal theories, arguing the president has the power to use the military against protesters.
I think this is Trump actually made reference to this. It was, oh my God, what's the name for it? It was the thing that was used in like the 17 or the 1800s to justify a bunch of terrible stuff. And also the law that was used to justify locking up Japanese people in concentration camps. Also, he is a believer of unitary executive theory, which basically means the president has complete control of literally everything, and nobody has the right to challenge him on anything that he says. That's basically what that is, which is not how anything has ever been structured in the United States. Founders didn't want it that way. We don't want it that way. Nobody wants that. And it's not even in like the documents. So he's just fabricating this justification to create a dictatorship.
You know, George Floyd obviously was not about race. It was about destabilizing the Trump administration.
Right. It was? He thinks that like the George Floyd protests, the protesters didn't give a shit about like the ill treatment of protesters or of black people. He thinks that they were like setting out to hurt Donald Trump. My God, dude, these people are like so incredibly self-centered. It's not all about you.
We put out, for instance, a 50-page paper designed for lawyers to know that the president has, you know, the ability both along the border and elsewhere to maintain law and order with the military, and that's something that you know, it's going to be important for him to remember and his lawyers to affirm. But
so what he's laying out here, they wrote a document, a legal document, basically says that Trump has the right to use force on protesters. What's happening here is exactly what happened in, I think maybe 1933 in Germany, leading up to all of the really, really ugly stuff. You wouldn't expect it, but a lot of the bad stuff that happened took place as a result of cattle laws, of like animal treatment laws. They wrote some laws, I think April 1933 and November 1933, if I remember correctly. One of them, the April one, I think, said animals who are suffering and are going to be put down, or animals who are being put down, period, you know, for food or whatever, must be given anesthetic first. And then the November one said any animal, like any cattle or whatever, that is not, that is suffering, it's illegal to keep that animal alive because, you know, we want to reduce suffering in the world, and cattle like having a broken leg and it hurting like really terribly badly is suffering, and to reduce that suffering, we're going to, you know, kill the animal. So Hitler gets his foot in the door with that, and then he kind of broadens the definition of animal to include anybody, like people, certain types of people. So what we're watching right now is them creating a law that only applies to a small subset of the population that doesn't, like, on its face is a step in the wrong direction and really disturbing. But if it just stayed there like that, I guess, we could deal with it or whatever. But it expands outward. This is how politics work, not just, Germany in World War II. This is how it always works. In every political system in the world, they start with something small and they expand it out. It's disturbing that this dude is saying that this is what he wants to do. Like, really, really disturbing.
It's going to be important for him to remember and his lawyers to affirm, but we've given them the case for that.
With loyalists installed in key government agencies and armed with his playbook, Vogt believes a radical Christian nationalist agenda can be realized under a second Trump presidency. For example, on abortion.
So I think the president's actually come up with a strategy that works so long as you are giving people like me in the government the ability to block funding for Planned Parenthood, block funding for fetal tissue research.
So the funding is allocated by Congress. They have the power of the purse. They decide where money goes. If you want to stop funding for abortion, you need to go through Congress. This isn't like an amendment. This is a core article in the Constitution, a core article. You can't misinterpret this or reinterpret this. You can't interpret this out of the Constitution the way they did with the Second Amendment, interpreting gun rights into the Second Amendment. You can't do it with this. It would be like trying to reinterpret the Constitution to say that it's completely legal for, murder is no longer illegal, basically, is what it would be like. There's no reinterpreting this. So Russell Vogt, what he just said here is he wants to bypass Congress, ignore the check on the president's power that exists as another branch of government, and just take control of all of the money. He's describing creating a dictatorship.
What I've told people is he had the most pro-life record ever. I've never seen him take it to stand in the way of a pro-life initiative that actually was real, politically and with momentum.
And for Vogt, Trump's pick for vice president shows he's serious about pushing this ideological agenda when in power.
I honestly did not think that J.D. Vance was going to be as bad as he is. I thought that the guy was pretty normal for the most part. Come to find out he is not normal, at all. Holy shit. J.D. Vance is out of his head. I did not realize that. J.D. Vance has explicitly said it's time to give up on democracy. He hasn't said give up on democracy. He said it's time to ignore the courts, which is the last check on the president's power that exists. So, J.D. Vance is calling for an end to our democracy, is what's happening. And these people called it all the way back then. Kind of impressive, honestly.
So I am very happy with the JD pick. I think it's transformative for sure. Yeah. And he's, think of him as a member version of what we do.
Yeah.
So
I'm so surprised by that, but yeah, I guess so.
There's no think tank, no policy organization, no battle plan creator other than us for the worldview that I think Donald Trump has and that JD has.
But as public backlash against these plans builds, the Trump campaign has been scrambling to distance themselves from Project 2025's authors.
It's complete and utter bullshit for any reporter to write that this is the way it is. The president's made it clear these people do not speak for him. They do not speak for the campaign.
But Vogt tells us that behind the scenes, things are much friendlier. The Trump campaign recently picked him to write the Republicans' policy platform, making him essentially Project 2025's man on the inside.
I think the best example is the campaign selected me to be the platform because of their views on my policy ideas, and they're not running from all of the negativity that I get from the press.
I see. So they haven't been spooked on you as a person, you don't think?
No, I mean,
No, they are now. The press is definitely spooked by him now.
no, I don't think I'm going to be their transition pick, because then they have all these kinds of stories.
Yeah.
He was their transition pick, as it turns out. He's the leader of the OMB, the Office of Management and Budget. The guy that decides, like, basically HR, to my knowledge, of the federal government. He investigates, like, he decides how things can be changed to be better or whatever. He decides where a lot of money goes and all of that. So, like, he controls a lot of stuff. Again, I go through, like, all of this, what the OMB is and everything in my Project 2025 breakdown, as like while we read it. I'm on section 1 at the moment. I'm going to read the entire book cover to cover, so check it out. Owen Unfiltered.
But no, the relationship is great.
The head of the Trump transition team has not yet been appointed, but Vogt says that no matter who is named, he'll be able to hand over his Project 2025 battle plans directly.
I'm curious, who actually was that? Who was Trump transition team leader? Linda McMahon. Oh, no way. Is that Linda McMahon? Is she the one that's like married to the head of the wrestling thing, Vince McMahon? Is she married to Vince McMahon? Is that what that is? I'm trying to remember. I think that's what it was. It's embarrassing, man.
If it's someone like Stephen Miller or Bob Lighthizer, then all the stuff gets plugged right in. If it's not, we'll figure it out.
Okay.
But all of it will be designed for a theory of the case that President, if a battle plan is out there that will do what he wants, there are the people like me that have his trust that will be able to get it to him in whatever position we're at, or I could be at Center for New America, but the relationships will be there. The trust level will be there.
Project 2025's Radical Phase 1 policy book turned into a PR disaster.
The director of Project 2025 has stepped down after facing criticism from both Democrats and the Trump campaign.
But Vogt's Phase 2 battle plans, top secret and handed directly to the transition team, remain unburdened by the brand.
And are you going to, like, rebrand that second phase at all?
For what I do, the brand's not important.
And you're not worried that if it has Project 2025 on, he's going to go like,
no. Trump doesn't care if it says Project 2025 on it. Obviously, never did. He's fine with that. He likes Project 2025 as much as the next Christian nationalist. But I don't even think he's a Christian nationalist, Trump. I think he's just doing this because he likes power, and they gave it to him. They gave him the ability to centralize power. Project 2025 is a description of how to centralize power into a Christian nationalist state, into a dictatorship, full-blown dictatorship. And that's what's happening right now.
And you're not going to publish those?
No.
They go straight to...
Yeah, they're very, very close hold.
Okay.
Brilliant. It's been an education.
Appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Anytime.
Thank you very much. You can show us that back.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Anyway, that's the hidden camera. That's very telling, isn't it? We are watching it all unfold in front of our eyes now. And I didn't realize, I mean, I knew that it was, you know what I thought? And I said this at the time. I thought Project 2025, I figured we'd get some of it. I figured we'd get like, a couple things, because there's a give and take in politics. Like, Democrats get some things, Republicans get some things. And they're blocked from taking the worst of it. So we kind of try to stay in the center for the most part. I didn't actually expect them to turn it into a dictatorship. I knew they wanted to, but I didn't expect it to actually work. And here we are on the other side. Holy shit. Anyway, tell me what you think about it in the comments. That is just chilling. It is chilling. Just looking through. Okay, yeah, I was supposed to listen to Project 2025 again, actually. Let me see where we are with that. When does that release next? Part 6 is releasing on March 1st, so I think I have enough time. I guess I don't have to cover Project 2025 at this immediate moment. Is there something else I want to cover right now? There's other stuff I can cover, but I'm trying to think if there's something specific I want to hit before getting off of here. I was looking through.
And
to distance itself from publicly. Now, in an explosive undercover video, we see and hear a co-author
5 months ago. This is August 2024 when this came out.
Of Project 2025, a former Trump cabinet member, saying explicitly that Donald Trump, quote, blessed the work he's doing now. He was secretly videotaped by a nonprofit journalism group. Our senior investigative correspondent, Kyung Law, is here with everything that you are picking up. Kyung, take it away.
Well, Dana, we've by now all heard about what you've laid out there, Project 2025, and how Trump says he doesn't know anything about it.
Okay, well, that was actually pretty interesting, I think. Let's see. I'm thinking about like what else we want to talk about here. Let's see. Oh, you know what? I think I saved some things here. Oh yeah, Girls Gone Bible. Thought about watching that. There's Flashpoint. That's always a classic. Hold on, let's see here. I guess we could watch a little bit of Flashpoint. U.S. takes Gaza. Oh my God, dude. 7 days ago. So much is happening in the news. Media shocked by Trump blitz. What's this?
You guys are everywhere. I see you everywhere, and you always come up and say something. Please do. And if you see the land panel, we've got lots to. This is
from Wilmington, North.
Luke, tell everybody what you were doing before the show.
Never
keep that fired FEMA's CFO.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what this is about real fast. FEMA CFO among those fired over $59 million debacle. Well, a lot of this stuff is just lies.
Accountability and so many things suddenly coming back to common sense.
Yeah, you know, and what is so shocking to so many is that these people are not upset that it's happening, the ones protesting, the ones that don't like what Doge is doing, et cetera. They're not complaining about the amounts of money that are being...
Okay, yeah, let's hit this. We'll just we'll hit this for a couple of minutes. Let me just try to find the, find the correct place to start.
Or if you do, okay, because we'd love to see that.
Indeed, Steve.
I'll do that.
Lance Wallnow, good to have you back, sir. Have you been keeping the airwaves hot? Now, we talked about Zephyr. I'm glad somebody is. All right, well, let's get started.
All right. This is this TV show called Flashpoint. It's on Kenneth Copeland's TV network, the Victory Channel. Let's listen to what these people have to say to each other about Donald Trump and what he's up to right now.
With tonight's stuff, let me go to this first tweet from Colin Rugg. Trump has fired FEMA's CFO Mary Cummins after she allegedly paid $59 million to hotels in New York City housing illegal immigrants, according to the Daily Mail.
Okay. I'm not sure that Trump has the right to do this. I don't know for sure. Trump is doing a lot of things that he does not have the right to do, and he's just doing it anyway, ignoring court orders. That's called dictatorship, by the way. Anyway, FEMA stopped paying FEMA did stop paying for shelter for immigrants, just so that there aren't thousands of homeless people on the street. Yeah, FEMA stopped doing that. I'm not sure why you would think that this is a good thing. Why would you do this?
Others involved were also fired. Now, we talked about this last night. $59 million. Now, I know...
Again, I don't even think that's true. Like, a lot of the stuff that they're claiming right now, a $59 million, you know, somebody took $30 million. It was just made up. It's like completely fictitious. So take it with a grain of salt.
Lance, I'll start with you. You may have a high, fee when you go to stay at a nice hotel, but $59 million is quite hefty. I don't think
I mean, they weren't paying that for one person. You realize that, right? It wasn't $59 million per person. Was it even $59 million? I don't think so. Hang on. Was FEMA paying for... I'm just looking here. I'm trying to figure out how much it actually cost. Yeah. Okay, here we go. This is according to the New York Times. The firings capped a startling chain of events that began on Monday with an early morning social media post by Elon Musk, who claimed misleadingly that FEMA had recently sent $59 million meant for disaster relief to New York City to pay for high-end hotels for migrants, and who called the expenditure unlawful. So Musk claimed that all of the money that FEMA sent to New York City for disaster relief, all of it went to paying for undocumented immigrants to stay in Trump hotels indefinitely or something. That's completely fictitious. New York City officials raced to clarify federal money had been properly allocated by FEMA under President Joe Biden last year, adding it was not a disaster relief grant and had not been spent on luxury hotels. Nonetheless, just 2 hours after Musk's post, FEMA's acting director, Cameron Hamilton, announced that the payment in question has been suspended, even though most of the money had already been dispersed, and that personnel will be held accountable. Acting director meaning, to my knowledge, a Trump appointee. So anyway, unless Trump hasn't appointed them yet, I believe that this is a Trump appointee. Anyway, point is that this is fictitious trash.
The American people were going to buy that very well, so I'm glad to see these guys got fired.
Yeah, what's really amazing about this is it's not just the $59 million. Really, it was $30 million for the luxury hotel, but that didn't.
It wasn't luxury hotels. This is just made up.
Include the food and the clothing, the medical, and the security. That's what rounded it up to $50 million. Remember this Jean Paul, whatever her name was, with Biden, how she denied vigorously that there was any money that was being sent to the illegals when they were talking about how FEMA was.
All right, so these people, like the far right, claimed that the federal government was just like sending debit cards to illegal immigrants so they could just spend it on whatever they wanted. And they didn't even know like who these people were. They were just sending them out to whoever. That's fictitious trash. That did not happen. Like, what's his name? Joe Rogan claimed that some undocumented immigrant was found with like multiple UN debit cards on him and like cell phones, like 5 cell phones. No, none of that happened. None of it. So anyway, that's what they're claiming here. That was a lie. It was all a lie all the way down. That's why Karine Jean-Pierre, I believe was her name. Real classy there, Lance Wallnau, making fun of her name, by the way. That's what she was saying. She was debunking their lie.
The luxury hotel, but that didn't include the.
Wait, I'm sorry.
How she denied vigorously that there was any money that was being sent to the illegals when they were talking about how FEMA was redirecting funds from the hurricane victims. Well, it's proven to be a complete lie.
No, it wasn't. What he's saying right now is a lie. He's just making shit up because he knows that this gullible audience will buy anything they have to present.
I mean, it's a bald-faced lie, but nobody's saying anything about it. Yes, the money was spent. And what's worse is they're doing it at the last minute in defiance of everything Trump is telling them. They're saying, oh, the heck with Trump. Right.
Well, that's because Congress has the right to spend that money, not Trump. This money was allocated by Congress. The president does not have the right to do this. It's a constitutional crisis. He's doing something. He's taking power away from one branch of government. He's violating one of the checks on presidential power and ignoring it completely. The founders would probably have considered this a lost democracy at this point. You know, Benjamin Franklin says, a democracy, if you can keep it. We couldn't. We couldn't keep it. We tried. We failed. I think that elections will likely happen, but they will be show elections like in Russia for the most part. And we will slowly but surely see Democrats be filtered out of office and Republicans filtered in. Even if that is like because the Democrats are threatened to resign and then the Republican governors appoint somebody to their seat or whatever. Even if that's what it takes.
The check, and they're writing the check like almost like they can't get fired because they know that somehow the swamp is going to take care of them.
Well, and the swamp has taken care of them for many terms of many parties when they were president. You know, Luke, I'll go to you. You know, you're the closest to D.C. right now.
Luke Ball, the dude in the middle on the bottom, he was a congressional aide to Madison Cawthorn and somebody else. I don't remember who, but he's basically on the far right, like neo-Nazi type of people. And, you know, that's just the type of people that these guys are, so it works out well.
Now, what's the feeling up there amongst
I
the
saw
Beltway?
one Politico article over the last few days that says not only are people upset that they are being rooted out of the deep state up here, but they're worried about property values declining up here in Washington because so many people are going to be fired and pushed out of the swamp.
And they're proud of that. And it's not the swamp. The people that like just administrate things and make sure that like money goes to where it's supposed to go and make sure that like disaster relief is taken care of. That's not the swamp. Those are federal employees. They're nonpartisan by their very nature. It is a nonpartisan position. They're just there to do their job. That's it. And it's like, it's, you know, he has to know that. It is truly sad to watch this unfold. Like, all of these people must know. Gene Bailey, I'm not sure he's the smartest. I'm not sure he's the sharpest cookie in the box, if you will. But Lance Walna, he absolutely knows. Dutch Sheets, maybe he's just a dumb sucker who fell for it. Rick Green is a lawyer, and so he knows. He knows better. Hank Kunneman, he knows better. Top right is Hank Kunneman. Bottom right is Rick Green. Those two guys know. Lance Walna, he knows. He knows what he's doing is completely fictitious and illegal. He's doing it anyway.
There's going to be a flood of supply of the housing on the market. And that's the type of stuff that America asked Donald Trump to come up here and do. We want to make sure that the enormous amounts of money that have been going to these federal agencies for years and years and years actually get sent back to the American people, because it drives me up a wall, Gene, when I hear the media say things like taxes or the federal funds that are getting sent here.
With Luke Ball, I believe that he is also knowingly, intentionally twisting things around, lying, and trying to subvert the legal systems that we have in place. But the way I interpret it, the way that I see him is a little bit different than the others. I see him as a full-blown neo-Nazi trying to push neo-Nazi ideology. The others are Christian nationalists before they're Nazis, in my opinion.
That's the term they want people to use. These are the American people's dollars, what they go into work for. And the amount of money that some people will be like, oh, let's send this over for drag queens in Brazil or to preserve Mexican ducks down in...
Again, this is all lies. What he's saying. This is all fictitious trash.
Cancun or something like that. Some of the outrageous pork spending we've seen there, the amount of money some folks are willing to send that direction, many people will never see in their lifetime. And now we are getting this sense up here that things actually are going to be changing, and the mood is light among conservatives, not so much among our friends on the left.
No, not at all. And I was thinking about this, Rick. All
friends on the left, quote unquote.
The people, anybody that owns a small business on up to if you own a larger business, you know you've got to make sure every dollar is accounted for, every expenditure is right.
That's necessary for the U.S. government also, but I'm sorry, I have to draw the line here. The U.S. government does not operate like a company, and it should not operate like a company. Companies are profit-driven. Governments should fill gaps where profit should not be the motive. Government should step in when private companies have no reason to do something, like feeding the homeless. There's no incentive for that. There's no benefit to feeding the homeless or housing them or whatever. It's pointless for a company. So the government comes in and they do it. That's how it's supposed to operate. There's no financial benefit to making sure that insurance companies pay for your appendectomy. There's no financial benefit to that because they want to push the costs off onto the person receiving the appendectomy. So the government should make sure that there is no price gouging, that private insurance is that medical insurance is available to everybody, that everyone who needs an appendectomy can get one. That's what the government is there for. I'm really, really sick of people comparing the government to a company. It's not, and it shouldn't be.
And you better not mess up on your taxes because they're going to come after you and garnish your wages. Meanwhile, they're supporting themselves across the pond, Rick. I mean,
this is just completely made up.
This is what makes Americans so upset.
Well, Gene, you alluded to this, but they've been able to get away with it for so long. They just got sloppy, I think, in many ways, and they just...
Who is they? In his mind, they is the quote-unquote deep state, which means like just regular, like librarians, people that work for the government in some way. Librarians, DMV, cashiers or managers, everybody, all the way down the line, including the janitor at the DMV, federal employee. He's the deep state in their mind. I'm not even joking.
Assume that no one would ever look deep. And I know there's probably only 5 or 6 Flashpoint Army people out there that are UFC fans as much as I am. But when there's a UFC championship belt on the line, at the end of the fight, what they do is they have the 2 fighters there with the referee in between them, and Bruce Buffer's in the background, and he either says, and still, and the champ is still the champ, or he says, and new. And folks, it is no longer and still. It is and new. It's a new ball game in town.
Okay, I don't know what the point of that was, but I suppose I go on tangents of my own, so I'll forgive it.
And I know you probably watched it. We're probably going to see some clips of Elon today there with President Trump and just going over a lot of the corruption that no one has been willing to talk about.
Well, first of all, he hasn't covered literally any corruption so far. There's been no corruption that he has uncovered. He's claimed to uncover some, but when that's like investigated, when we look into it, $50 million were not sent to Hamas for condoms. That's just a lie. There has not been any corruption uncovered. None by Elon Musk so far. And aside from that, I'm not even going to have the conversation because the conversation shouldn't be done with the executive branch. This is a conversation that should be had with Congress, because they allocate money. In the judicial branch, they determine if things are like constitutional and legal and things like that. The president and anybody connected to him, they have no place to do this. I'm not going to converse about this with them.
And new. They cannot play this game anymore. And Gene, we've said this for a long time in our biblical citizenship classes. When it comes to the Constitution, it's not how much money they're spending on these things. It's what they're spending it on. It's outside the jurisdiction of what government should be doing in the first place. And once you step outside of that jurisdiction, you open the door to all this corruption. So we're going to learn about...
Like, this is all just a lie. It's not outside the jurisdiction of what the government is allowed to do. This is actually adjudicated by a court already. It was decided that all the stuff that, like, USAID, for example, was doing is all completely within the bounds of the legal system. But here's where we kind of get hung up. Donald Trump doesn't think that. He doesn't believe that the U.S. government should do these things, and he thinks that the courts made the wrong decision, so he's just going to cancel it. He's just going to stop it. That's illegal, what he's doing. This is against the law. We are in a constitutional crisis now. We are in a dictatorship. We're in a fascist dictatorship now. And these people are happy about it. They're smiley. They're laughing. They're saying this is fantastic. Dictatorship. Yes, all the way. You see people asking about biblical citizenship. Yeah. He runs an organization. I forget the name of it, but they have this thing that he calls biblical citizenship training, where his organization basically believes that you need to understand the Bible and pass a test before you can be a U.S. citizen, pretty much. Obviously, that's not legal. There are no religious tests to become a citizen. To my knowledge, I believe that's against the law. Now, anyway. But, oh my God, that was just terrible. But he runs it anyway. He gives people the tests, you know how they do. And he gets like big organizations, big crowds to gather around, and they all talk about stuff and put on sermons or whatever you want to call it and all that other stuff. In fact, Lauren Boebert has spoken of it. And I had a clip go viral on Twitter once about this exact thing. Here it is, right here. Yeah, this is the clip that I pulled out of this TV show, in fact, that went viral on Twitter. Got like, how many? I don't remember how, like, was it like 2 million retweets or something? It was a lot.
Maybe we need to have some sort of legislation that requires Constitution Alive and biblical citizenship training in our schools. And that's how we get things turned around. But there has to be real leadership from the Republicans, especially now.
Constitution Alive is another program that his weird little, nonprofit or whatever it is runs. They do Constitution Alive training, which basically teaches people about their interpretation of the Constitution and advocates for new amendments to allow for Christian nationalism, because it's a living document. They say you should change the document because right now the First Amendment is kind of a stick in the craw, if you will, of Christian nationalism. So anyway, that's the idea. That's Rick Green. That's Rick Green's program.
It's outside the jurisdiction of what government should be doing in the first place. And once you step outside of that jurisdiction, you open the door to all this corruption. So we're going to learn about hundreds of billions, really probably trillions of dollars that's been being spent outside the jurisdiction of what the government should have
This is just a lie. He's just making this up. This is not true.
been doing. Total waste, total fraud, total corruption. And we're starting to learn about it, and the American people are sick of it. And there's a new sheriff in town that's going to get rid of it.
Well, I think you're right. Congressman Byron Donalds says this: update the 4 FEMA employees who unilaterally circumvented agency leadership.
Okay, I don't know what they're talking about, but I immediately doubt everything that they say.
To spend $59 million of our disaster relief funding, which I love the fact they put that in there, on luxury hotels where illegal aliens have
That did not happen. Completely made up.
been fired. DOJ is making a clawback demand. FEMA suspended the payments. Accountability is being restored. Dutch, accountability being restored is really, I believe, the key here all across America. We're seeing accountability in so many things suddenly coming back to common sense.
Common sense is not a real thing. Everybody thinks that they have common sense and no one else does, and everybody is wrong. Common sense doesn't, it's not real. Everybody, all right. Jeffrey Dahmer believed that he had common sense. It just doesn't work that way.
Yeah, you know, and what is so shocking to so many is that these people are not upset that it's happening, the ones protesting, the ones that don't like what DOJ is doing, et cetera. They're not complaining about the amounts of money that are being found and discovered.
Because A, those amounts of money are not being found or discovered. Elon Musk is lying about it. And he even walks it back in some cases. Dude made this outrageous claim. I think it was like $50 million for condoms to Hamas, when condoms cost like 6 cents each or something, for 3 cents each for the federal government. $50 million worth. That would be that you tell me that they bought 1 billion condoms to send to one little group in the Middle East? No. They're not even sending $50 million worth of condoms to Gaza, let alone Hamas. He's just lying about it. He's making it up. And he isn't the one I have the conversation with anyway. It'd be Congress. That's who has the power of the purse. That is who has the right to make decisions about this stuff. Not Elon Musk, not Trump, not the executive branch. That's why I don't care to talk about this with you. Aside from that, people are having that conversation. I don't know what he's talking about. Oop. Is actually 800 million condoms at 6 cents each, but we're talking over 1 billion, if depending on how much they cost.
They're just angry that it's being exposed. What could be more telling that they don't care about the people? They don't care about the will of the people, what the people voted for. Right. All they want is to be able to keep doing their thing.
Constituents elected senators and members of the House of Representatives who then, while representing their constituents, voted to create U.S. aid. The voters did decide on whether U.S. aid should exist through Congress. That's how this works. Elon Musk, Donald Trump, the executive branch in general, they have no right to erase that. They are erasing the will of the people illegally. And they're twisting it around. And they're twisting it around to pretend that they are representing the people, actually. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of when a business owner, I heard Cenk Uygur from the Young Turks. I heard him say recently, he's a business owner that has 75 employees to take care of, to make sure that they have food on their table at the end of the day. It's a big responsibility to make sure that all these people are being taken care of. He's feeding all of these children. No, you're not. You know who's feeding those children? The workers. You know who else's children they're feeding, those workers? They're feeding your children. As a business owner, your job is to sit on your ass and do nothing, except maybe make some decisions. And sometimes, you know, as a business owner, you assume some risk. But being a business owner of a large company like Cenk Uygur, or, you know, reasonably big company with, you know, dozens of employees, that means that you're shielded from a lot of bad decisions that you might make, which is okay. But you're not the one bringing in the money. The employees are bringing in the money, and your ass is taking the money from them. You know, people keep flipping this around to be like, you know, the landlord. Oh, I got to make sure that my people have a place to live. I'm providing a house for them and all this shit. No, they're providing you with money for doing nothing. You're doing literally nothing. You are owning something, and that is generating money for you. I get so sick of this paternalistic trash where people are flipping it around and making it out like, you know, capital owners are the ones that are providing for everybody, when capital owners are leeching off of the labor of other people. They are stealing money from the laborers. Or more accurately, I suppose one could say, they are taking care of like some bureaucratic steps on behalf of the laborers, like getting contracts for people and stuff, and assigning the laborers to certain contracts or whatever, depending on like what industry you're in. You work for the laborers, not the other way around. You take money from the laborers, not the other way around. When strikes happen, it's the company that is that is bringing work to a halt, not the union. It's the company who's refusing to work with the laborers, who's refusing to give them, a fair wage, who's taking advantage of them, who's throwing them under the bus, who's stealing money from them. You know, these people, these laborers, they make money by giving a block of their time to a task, to a company. You know, I spend, say, 8 hours. Let me give you a more accurate example. American Atheists, my wife works for them. She gives an 8-hour block of time to this company, right? And they compensate in the form of money. That's the worker business owner relationship. When companies steal money from people, when companies refuse to pay them a living wage, they're stealing time from them, time that they could have spent with their families. Yeah, how much time does a person realistically have in their life to spend with their families? Say maybe they have kids at like 25 or 30. Maybe they die at 70. So 30 years, 40 years, we'll say. 40 years. And how many hours in a day do you have to spend time with them? From 6 o'clock to 9 or 10 o'clock at night, after work and before bed. So we'll say 4 hours to be generous. 4 hours times 52 weeks, 4 hours times 5 days a week times 52 weeks a year times 40 years, and I excluded weekends. So we're talking in the vicinity of 50,000 hours total that you can spend with your family for your entire life. When a company robs you of that time, steals from you, they are stealing part of your life that you will never get back. Don't ever let these people flip it around. It is not the laborer's fault. It's this dumb, fat motherfucker sitting on this couch taking the laborers' money and doing absolutely nothing for it. That is the problem. That person. Anyway, like flipping it around and blaming workers for problems, flipping it around and saying the capitalists, the capital owners, the billionaires, the rich, the powerful, they're being victimized. Not the people who are literally giving away hours of their lives that they will never get back. It's the others. The ones that are doing nothing for their money.
What could be more telling that they don't care about the people? They don't care about the will of the people, what the people voted for.
Right.
All they want is to be able to keep doing their thing.
The people voted for this. The people decided on this already. They are, like Trump and Musk, are erasing what the people wanted. Somebody sent a, oh, I saw that bill. Change Greenland to red, white, and blue land. Yeah, I saw. It's not going anywhere. It's a House bill. There are all kinds of crazy, stupid House bills that get presented all the time. One dude presented a House bill a couple weeks ago, I think, to abolish the IRS completely. It's not happening. It's just not. But it, it can act as a gauge of how politicians, or the direction that politicians think the political realm is going to go in the near future. They're virtue signaling is what this is. I signal that I have virtues all the time. I signal that I think that it's virtuous to not go to war, to be a good person, to love your family. And so I signal those virtues all the time, but politicians do it cynically, to pretend that they give a shit about an issue when they don't. These politicians are signaling that they believe that the country is moving toward abolishing the IRS in the near future, or naming it red, white, and blue land.
And as I was praying about this today, the Lord gave me a scripture from Jeremiah, and in fact, twice in Jeremiah, 6:15, 8:12, the Lord says, were they ashamed of the abomination they have done? They weren't ashamed at all. They don't even know how to blush. Therefore, they will fall among those who fall. At the time that I punish them, they'll be cast down, says the Lord. When people become so hardened in their sin that they don't even know how to be embarrassed anymore or ashamed, that tells you just how far they've fallen. But the Lord is coming to hold them accountable.
I mean, I love that this dude is sitting here saying this. He's saying people are shameless. That's his point. They're shameless. I couldn't agree more. These people that we're listening to right now are beyond shame. They have none. They don't even know the meaning of the word at this point.
And Trump's going to hold him accountable.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, and then God's got it all. Let me get, Pastor Hank, I want to let you weigh in on this discussion before we move on.
Sure. Well, it's amazing about when you're talking about FEMA, there's supposed to be, emergency management. And it doesn't apply, though. Remember, if you had a Trump sign in your yard.
That's not true. That what he's saying here is a fictitious lie. Just to kind of break down what happened here, if you are unfamiliar. There was, I think maybe Hurricane Milton. I don't remember which hurricane it was. It was a major one, though. There were Trump supporters that were basically causing problems in this little area because they believed that FEMA was there to, get them and, move them into, I don't know, a concentration camp or some other stupid shit. And they were causing problems for FEMA in the middle of a natural disaster. So one of the heads of FEMA that are in that little area is just like a manager of that little area or whatever. She basically said, just skip it if you see that they're absolute nutcases. Just skip it. Don't worry about it. And that garnered extreme backlash. Now, I personally think that maybe she was wrong to do that, I suppose. Could agree with that. I would have to think about it more, I suppose. But what he's saying here, what he believes happened is that that FEMA, like as an organization, instructs their people to not help Trump supporters. That is not true. That is a lie.
Or they knew that you were going for President Trump. And to Dutch's point, I think the people that are protesting this are outraged with, that there's even a question of where the money's being spent. Right. They need to really reflect. What are you hiding? Why are you not wanting all of this to come out? But let's be honest. Those of you that are watching tonight, we all knew that this has been going on. We just needed strong leadership who would be bold enough and willing enough
to break the law. Bold enough and brave enough to break the law. I'm sorry, I don't accept it. I do not accept breaking the law as a solution to this perceived problem, this fictitious issue that you think exists but doesn't.
To expose it and get to the root of it. And, Gene, that's what we're seeing happen. Lastly, you remember the bills that they would always bring before Congress? The actual thing that they're trying to, pass was always like 2 pages, and it was the pork spending. Remember all that? It was like 800 pages of stuff that never applied. Well, we've had enough of that. Watch the $1 trillion deficit of America get reduced by who knows how much, but we, the taxpayers, deserve it.
Okay, the deficit is something that the president controls, and I'm actually okay with the deficit being high, as long as that money is going toward things that will reduce the debt and bring in more revenue. That's the goal. But, we're dealing with people who don't give a shit about people's well-being, so here we are. They don't... I'm not sure if Hank Kunneman just doesn't understand how the debt and the deficit are different and how they work. I don't know if that's it or if he's lying. I think he's lying about most things, but this one, maybe he's just dumb as dog shit and not intelligent enough to understand how these things work. But I do think that he's just a depraved human being otherwise. I'd write his name as I see it, but I don't want to get yelled at. Okay.
Yeah, we do. In fact, let me show you this with this House Speaker, Mike Johnson, talking about the rule of law. Watch.
As I said last week, the Democratic Party is in a completely different place right now. There's no identified leader of the party. They don't have a clear vision. They seem rudderless. In hopes of finding themselves, they've latched onto this new shiny object called the rule of law.
The ridiculousness of that statement. I don't even know where to start with that. But he's right. Democrats do feel rudderless. It feels like there isn't leadership. You know why? Hakeem Jeffries is the leader of the Democratic Party right now. And he's just dropped the ball completely. He came out there and he said, whatever happens next, just know that God is the one on the throne. Thanks. That was super helpful. I'm so glad that you understand the issue at hand. Really? He's worthless. Chuck Schumer tried to step in and take, control, tried to guide the Democratic Party in their efforts or whatever. He's worthless. I don't even think that Chuck Schumer is a bad guy or going the wrong direction. I just think that no one takes him seriously is the problem. Maybe it's his voice. I don't know. Maybe because no one trusts him generally because he's part of the establishment. He has been forever. I don't know why, but he's just not the guy for the job. He's just not. We need a Bernie Sanders type of figure to rally people immediately, to help organize protests and stuff. We need somebody big to step in that knows what they're doing. And Bernie Sanders... a lot of Bernie Sanders is too old for it, unfortunately. A lot of people are afraid to step in right now because the person that takes charge in the Democratic Party is, historically in these types of situations is the one that dies first. He's the first one in line to the concentration camp. If that is what ended up happening. And all of the Democrats know that, and they're afraid. They don't want to be that guy that ends up in the line to the concentration camp. We need leaders, like actual leaders. You guys remember Alexei Navalny? This dude had an apple bag the size of Texas to say some shit that he said to Putin. He was Putin's opposition. He ran against him in the election. And Putin, of course, has the elections rigged, and everybody knew that. But he did it anyway. He rallied people. He said, when I die, which I'm sure I will soon, you guys need to get together and use it as a rallying cry to fight harder. He died with a whimper in a concentration camp, in a Russian concentration camp. We need one of those people to help guide us, as a political movement in the right direction. Bernie Sanders is a great person for that, but again, he's too old. The rest of them are too scared of what might happen to them. So they just shut their mouths.
Well, we'd like to welcome them to the concept. It would be admirable if they hadn't spent the last 4 years with their heads buried in the sand while Biden literally trampled over the rule of law.
That's just complete fictitious nonsense. That did not happen. And this tells me that Mike Johnson is willing to destroy the Constitution on behalf of Donald Trump. People might say Congress exists still, and they can still pass laws and stuff. So it's not like that, Trump has completely erased Congress. That's not how dictatorships form. Even in monarchies, there's still a legislative body. Like in Germany, during the Second Reich, which was a period of time from 1873 to 1919, I believe, or 1918, late 1918, I think, November or something. In the Second Reich, it was a monarchy. They had an emperor, a Kaiser Wilhelm II, who made a lot of the decisions. He guided the armies, and he made treaties and everything else. And he could write laws, I believe. But they had a legislative body still in this monarchy. They had the Reichstag building long before the Weimar Republic existed. In the 1800s, the Reichstag building existed. The Congress building. There's always a legislative body that pushes things to administrate because it takes a lot to run a company. The problem isn't, it takes a lot to run a country. The problem isn't that Trump is taking power completely away from everybody. That's not happening. The problem is that he's taking the power that he wants away from the areas of society that he wants to take it.
With no objection. In fact, many Democrats cheered that lawlessness, like when the Biden administration unconstitutionally forced the middle class to pay the student loans of doctors and lawyers.
That's just complete bullshit. That's not what happened. And besides, that was constitutional. When I believe the Supreme Court decided that it wasn't constitutional, even though it very clearly was, and when they decided that, he said, okay, and he stopped. It ended. He respected the court's decisions. But that's not what happened anyway. And either way, it doesn't matter whose student loans are paid off or whatever. The fact is, we're in a financial crisis in the United States that's going to have to be dealt with. The medical system that we have here, something needs to be fixed. And the student loan system, something needs to be fixed. And if not, then it's headed for a serious crash. Which means it's headed for a serious crash. Because, it's not going to be fixed under Trump. It's just not. So, what I'm really hearing from Mike Johnson is that he's agreeing to, like, do whatever it is that Trump wants him to do. That's what I've learned.
When they illegally mandated that private companies implement vaccine requirements, when they radically rewrote Title IX to undermine women's rights.
It's just complete bullshit. He's talking about trans rights. He's saying it was tyrannical for people to think about trans rights. And what was the other thing?
Doctors and lawyers, when they illegally mandated that private
vaccines,
companies.
Right. Vaccines. There was no vaccine mandate for private companies. There was a testing mandate. If you didn't get vaccinated under Biden's law, or under his executive order, you had to get tested once a week, I believe. It was a testing mandate. And you had to go home if you tested positive. That's not a vaccine mandate. You see how they're twisting it around to, like, point the finger at Biden and pretend that Donald Trump literally bypassing the legal checks and balances that exist in the United States government. That's the same as Biden choosing to, like, implement a testing mandate, which is completely within the federal government's power.
Implement vaccine requirements, when they radically rewrote Title IX to undermine women's rights. Those things were actually illegal.
Well, they weren't. I think the Supreme Court decided that to, like, stop some of that, depending on which issue it was. And he stopped. Donald Trump is starting with violating the Constitution. Biden was, like, by taking power away from Congress. Biden was doing something that was explicitly, like, allotted or whatever as one of his powers. Wow, it's super late. I didn't realize that.
And the Democratic Party cheered it. They didn't oppose it at all. President Trump, by contrast, is taking legitimate executive action.
No, he is not. It is illegitimate executive action.
To root out waste, fraud, and abuse in all these federal programs. That's what the American people demand and deserve. That's what they voted for. They voted for a real analysis and a real change, transformational kind of change in the way the federal government works.
It's violating the Constitution by taking power away from Congress, by taking power away from Mike Johnson. I cannot believe that he's, like, okay with this.
And the only people who take issue with it are these same congressional Democrats who never before had any issue with unelected staff or even bureaucrats running the White House.
Oh, so that's fine now. Like, because they didn't have a problem with it before, the Democrats, nobody should have a problem with unelected bureaucrats doing anything. No, Democrats did have a problem with unelected officials running things. He's just coming up with an excuse for Donald Trump to continue doing what he's doing illegally. Mike Johnson is, like, such a fucking scumbag, dude. I'm just, like, disgusted by this guy, honestly. He's, like, a really bad person in his heart. Like, he's just a bad person.
The last 4 years. That's not what's happening here. The president has empowered his new cabinet secretaries and the DOJ effort and all of these branches, divisions in the executive branch of government to go and find where the abuses have taken place.
Not their place. It's Congress's place.
And every time something new is unearthed and uncovered and we share it with the people.
They're not sharing unearthed information. They're lying. They're just presenting lies. Like, the U.S. purchased, like, 1 billion condoms for Hamas. Like, how much are they sleeping with each other over there?
They applaud that this has been discovered and they want us to keep going. And that's what's going to happen.
It is what's going to happen.
Anyway, it's just these people are shameless liars who are afraid of the dictatorship, so they're just going to let it unfold in front of them. Next, we're going to have a situation where people are going to have to decide if they're going to uphold their oaths to the Constitution or side with Donald Trump. That's the next step in this process. One can only hope that members of the military and others don't decide not to violate their oath and carry out illegal orders. Anyway, tell me what you think about it in the comments. In fiction, Emperor Palpatine didn't immediately abolish the Senate. It's a good point. Anyway, I got to get out of here. Appreciate you guys coming. Sorry for my silence. Story concept popped in my head. Oh, no sweat. I get it. I totally understand what you're talking about. Elon using his own kid as a meat shield. That is beyond sick. Yeah, tell me about it. Okay, I'm out, guys. I will see you guys next week. Same time. Same. Wait, what is it? Same bat time. Same bat channel. Is that the Batman commercial thing? Yeah, that. All right. I'll talk to you guys next time.